All right, let's do this thing. Apparently they did an update to the game's map. This Saf, what's going on? I got robbed last night at a Tesco station. Damn, really? That fucking sucks.
What happened?
I had to call the police and an ambulance because my blood pressure was through the roof. The police asked if I knew who robbed me. I said, yeah, it was pump number 4. Yeah, I mean you're not lying though, Fizaf. You are getting robbed. Alright, so the last time we played we were working on we had drone cores going. We were working on processors. The processors are going. Okay. Quad Light, what's going on, buddy?
I never even thought.
I also got pulled into HR meeting because I said my team leader is more useful than a knitted condom. Yeah, that'll do it. there's our checkerboard. Just leave that right there. We're gonna delete this. Because we're gonna need a stamper. We're gonna stamp out the middle. I'm gonna get a cutter. Split there. And we're gonna do another stamper. And this one's gonna go the opposite way. Stamp that out. I don't see a way to get both of them in the same stamp to get both sides of this. So I think what we'll have to do is we'll do half. And then half. And then we can do assembler. So it's going to be separated by 2. And 3. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe we need to cut these first. That might make it easier. Cut. Okay. Alright, now we're gonna do a splitter so we can go to 2 monotoners. Yeah, there we go. Now we've got the full throughput. Now hey, Odava, what's going on, man? Ad Stellarum, what's going on? How you doing? Alright, we need another assembler. Now we gotta put that one and that one. We've got that one, and now we've got that one.
New module created.
Alright, there we go. Now we've got our module challenges going in. Alright, now let's go to the tech tree, see what we can unlock.
Module challenge completed.
Running out of stuff to spend our points on. What? Our tier 1 points. Got the freighter hub, but we haven't finished. We haven't gotten rank 8. And honestly, that's about it other than this guy. But to be able to do this one, we're going to have to upgrade to the basic core facility. We have oil here. Eight, 12, 16, so that's... So the large one starts out at what these are producing already. Okay, so that's what we want to do. Yes, we want to demolish that, and no, we don't want to worry about... We'll do it here. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna see if Actually, pull this back a little bit. What we're gonna do, we're gonna take this out. We're gonna move it back. So it was there. Ooh. That should be enough. We're gonna move it to there. Because what we want to do is we're gonna see. I know this assembler can support 4 or 2. Oh, that's right. These ones have more delivery points too. Altogether. I forgot about that. That's cool. So X, we're gonna pull this back. These are 60 a minute, and these deliver 15 a minute, right? Yeah, 15 operations. So we can do 4 of these. And now the other thing that we need to get going is we're gonna need oil. We need an oil rig. Since we're kind of using this area as our area for challenges, I think we'll use this oil. Okay, so what is our bottleneck here? So that's giving us 30 a minute. Oh, it's smelting. Smelting is our bottleneck. Yeah, okay. That's what I thought was going to be a problem.
Rainbow. Also, baby, I know where the axe is.
Oh?
It's right here.
Oh, okay.
So,
I thought we gave it back to your dad.
I thought we did too, but I think we brought it in because it was raining and.
So it didn't get rained on. Yeah, that makes sense. we go. Now we've got... Okay, there we go.
Fine, thank you for telling me. I just wanted to know where it was.
Darius would say your face is a bottleneck. Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Love you.
Now, we might as well upgrade to the next one. Give us some time to get the oil. Wait, how much did it need for... Oh, it needs... Okay, so it needs... Holy shit, 4... Oh! Oi. Go away. Splitter there, splitter there, splitter there. So this thing requires an entire belt of oil in. Cause the belt is 60 and this 30 to each, 15 to each, and now we have 16. But that's gonna get us what we need. And then we'll get our harvester pad there. Link it to there. So now we've doubled our output of ores. We went from 8 per cycle to 16 for half of the materials. Because we're not even using this half. Well, no. The same amount of materials because we did 4 belts into 2 into the 2 splitters, so using the same amount of material, but I mean the material's infinite, so it's not that big of a deal. Go. So now we've got that going. Wait, why are you only outputting half? You have 120 in there. Output the full belt.
That fancy. That looks like a. Yeah.
Do you have the vape over here, love?
Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Jackalope. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. You didn't mean to, bud. All right, now we're cooking. So this one building is going to output 60 a minute. Wow. Sure. go here and we're going to put that in. And then we're going to put those guys in. And we're going to put this guy in here. Add another one there. Now we're running at full power. Oh, this isn't going fast enough. Okay, so where's our holdup? Our holdup is the monotoning? Or the cutting? No, it shouldn't be the cutting. Yes, it is the monotoning. Okay. So we need another monotoner there. And we're gonna need another splitter. No, that's not gonna work. Okay, so let's do Here we go. Now we're going faster.
Oh,
I'll go.
check a logo. Check a logo.
Thank you.
Go. Now, our next issue is going to be smelting. So, what we're gonna do is we're gonna put a filter there. We're gonna have these guys go that way. And then have those guys go that way. Yeah, so a lot of these aren't going to be running at full speed because we upgraded things and we never upgraded our smelting. Okay, thank you, my love.
You're welcome.
Yours?
Yep. Thank you.
You're for
I'll be right back over there. Give me just a second. Let me eat these. Then I'll come right back to you. Are they good?
All right, we got that one done.
Well,
What? Well, what about starving children? Like me?
you're not that starving.
'Cause I am.
You're not that hungry, booger.
I'm always hungry.
Already ate.
I don't remember that.
They got food in their bowl, right?
Yeah.
Look and double check.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
I'm getting ready to go back over there and lay down. So just stop.
What? What about the starving doggos like me?
It's easier for me to get to harangue you. Yeah. This is much more energy efficient.
I'm so old I need to conserve energy.
Obviously. I know, I'm gonna go lay down in just a second. Let me just finish my hot dog.
I'll help you finish it faster. And there's why he does that. Because if he harasses you for long enough, you always give in.
Okay, you know what? Alright,
You know I'm right.
so listen here. When we would go out to eat, he got 10%. Because, you know, he was working. And he's not working, so he doesn't get his 10%. I gotta make up for it somehow. Now, Opie and Doc can both back the fuck up right now. Neither one of you guys are getting some of that hot dog. That was for old man.
But what about the young man?
Well, young man's got big teepers that can chew easily through food.
I don't know about that.
And also
You
his
might be lying.
And also, old man has sat patiently on airplanes and in hospitals for days.
Well, I can't help that I throw up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Opie literally walked away.
No shit.
Damn it. Now they're both over there pouting.
Doggo, I win! Yep. 100% quad light.
I may be small. I know
But I sure
timers.
ain't stupid.
Exactly. But I know how to get shit done. He's like Grandpa Buff. Mm-hmm. Potentially dangerous at all times with what he's gonna say. But usually has a trick or two up his sleeve. And everybody just loves him.
Mm-hmm. Do what I can.
I mean, you know, please eat the extra food I made for myself.
You go have fun.
I'm trying to.
Or else.
Bro.
You better.
Well, it's fun, it's interesting, it's just, it's really sad. For understanding. But see, once we explain it, they quit complaining. Because dogs don't understand. Oh. They have not met our dogs. Break it.
The problem with upgrading one of these is you need to upgrade all of them.
That one gets kind of extra dimension.
Okay, let's see. go next? Does unlocking new islands give you any XP? So we're at...
Second one's so freaking convoluted.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Actually gonna take this out for a bit. We're gonna do all of the white science stuff or whatever. Okay, now...
Oh, stop it. Stop!
So these ones just give us XP.
Listen! Stop!
These ones give us XP and shards.
Listen! Hello, you don't happen to have a pencil sharpener over there?
Not that I know of. Why? I have no idea if we even have one anywhere. Oh, I saw this cool sharpener at work on Thursday. So it has a little switch. It's just a little handheld one.
Yeah.
But it has a switch, so you can either make it a point
Or blunt?
or a blunt for colored pencils. Because, you know, the biggest waste of colored pencils is you sharpen them, and the second you put a colored pencil to the paper, that whole end shears off because it's not very strong.
Yeah, so it matters for... Oh, Sam's still outside.
Yeah, and Sam's fine outside. You can just chill. You didn't want to go outside earlier. I'll let you out in a minute. You can wait patiently. Don't even start. Don't you even start. Ooh. What did we get? Ah, we finished. No!
Impressive work, Daedalus 1. Your factory has reached a scale where localized transport is no longer optimal. The colony recommends integrating freighter transportation to improve throughput. Updated freighter controls have been added to the manual. Molly, what's going on? All right. Okay, so we've got. Let's see. This isn't going fast enough.
Other thing, please. Okay. Alright, 2.
been watching the
Birds of Arms.
Birds with Arms.
Yep.
Got me a Coke. The OP.
Winston.
Blue buildings can be upgraded to a 4th floor. Josh, man, what's going on? How is this game? Pretty good. It's a fun automation game. Factory. Similar to Shapes, but not nearly as convoluted, and there's actually a reason for delivering items. You're helping out colonies that are below you. Not like Shapes where you're just throwing stuff into a void for the sake of it. I think we're gonna do that one. We got that. And then the only thing, my only real worry, it's not even a complaint, my worry is the replayability. One of the biggest things for a factory game is the replayability. And I worry that this game isn't going to have any replayability because the map, the map of the different platforms that you're buying and moving stuff from A to B to build, they're the same every single time. That's my only worry. I mean, I've played the game through. This is technically my 3rd time, but this is the farthest I've ever gotten. And I'm not bored. I didn't want to progress too terribly far during the playtest and then be bored with the game when I was playing it on full release. So I played a little bit to understand and, you know, get the gist of the game. I knew I enjoyed what I did play, and this is now the farthest I've ever gotten. The last time I played, we were automating these when I decided that I didn't want to continue just because the game was coming out in less than a month. So I stopped, but that's because I knew the game was coming out and I didn't want to burn out or make the beginning of the game stale. And it's not stale, I'll be honest. There's a lot to do. The challenges are fun. So like I have this island over here is just my challenges. This is what I'm doing for challenges. I have, you know, smelters over here that are making the making the ore into blocks, and then all of these are doing different things. And we just finished up this challenge right here. We've done 6 of the... How many are there? There's a whole bunch of challenges. And the challenges are one of the best ways for you to level, make your level go up, if you will. And you get it by just creating the item that is here by cutting and stamping, and I mean they have all kinds of different buildings. I mean, I'll show you what the different buildings are real quick. So you have, you know, your basic logistics stuff, your belts, your undergrounds, and your skylines that go from island to island. Then you have your splitters. I haven't unlocked all of them. There's a priority splitter, or no, overflow splitter. And then you have your miner, extractor, oil rig, and furnace, which is all your step 1 stuff. And then you have the cutter, which literally is just a laser cutter, and it just cuts. You can cut an item in either half, or, well, that one's full. An offset, if you just want a 3, you can cut it in half, or you can cut all 4, and it'll do 4 segments. Honestly, though, I feel like this is backwards. I feel like the single side should be this one. The double should be, well, that's the double. Then the 3, this, well, okay, so the 3 makes sense because it cuts into a segment of 3. In case you need that for a shape or whatever. That one I get. But then this one should be, so what I'm thinking is these 2 should be flopped. And I had the same thought in the playtest, and I actually said that on my questionnaire or whatever it was, or maybe it was a feedback on their Discord, I don't remember, something. And I feel like I understand why this is 1, because you're cutting it into segments of 1, but this one here, oh, I know why this is this way. Because if you have a larger block, you can cut it into segments of 4. That's why that's a thing. Okay, that's why it's backwards. So this cuts it into segments of 1, this cuts it into segments of 2. Okay, now that actually makes a lot more sense, the way they did that. Either way. So that's your cutter. That's your basic cutter right there. Then you have your assembler, which you can use to assemble 2 products into 1. Any 2 inputs that you want, you can assemble them, and you can literally drag and flip and rotate to whatever you want. Like right here, we're taking 2 of these little inputs. Oh, it's not doing it because I shut it down so I could do the next challenge. But you have your assembler, which takes 2 of these individual pieces that I stamped out of another spot. So we're doing, so stamping, I'm cutting off this part, and then I'm cutting off this part. We're sending the part that we didn't cut off to an assembler, and then we're taking these 2 parts that we cut off, we're assembling them back together, we're colorizing them as a black piece. This is your monotoner, which you can change it from either white to black just by throwing it in this machine, which is kind of cool because you don't have to paint them, because there is painting, and that's what the blue stuff is. But this just makes this shape out of these 2 shapes.
Chill out.
And then We take 2 of these guys and we assemble them together, and then we take the 2 that we assembled with 2 that we got from an earlier process, and we get our full shape that we were making for the last challenge. So you have the stamper, which here's a good example of the stamper. The stamper, I can take this entire segment in the middle right here, and I could just stamp this piece out.
Go lay down.
Then I get my circle and my pillar. The pillar goes out the side output. The main donut, for lack of a better term, goes this way and gets split in half. So, yeah, this game is quite fun. This was a design that Nemonix helped me with the last time I played. It allowed us to do a checkerboard pattern by cutting, flipping, and rotating multiple times. And then we just cut it down to size and output our little half checkerboard pattern. The next one is going to be even more complex, because it's a full checkerboard pattern. And I'm not sure how to do that one. This one's gonna be tough. Which one do we want to work on? Because I need to get another project going.
Okay. Okay, Mikey.
Okay, so now Okay. So we got us a little bit more space. Let's go ahead and copy pasta that. Like right about there. Okay, so no, we're not doing that one. We're going to attempt to do the checkerboard. I don't know how successful I'm going to be. Luna, thank you for the raid. Okay, so we're gonna change this part for this one. I'm gonna try to do how Nemonix taught me to do the flip and switch thing. Thank you very much for the raid. Well, how was Space Engineers 2? Have they made any progress on it yet? That one's gonna go there. That one's gonna go there. And then this one's gonna go there and there. That's gonna give us our full thing. Stream was good until it started crashing. Oh man, that's a bummer. Okay, so we've got... We need to put the two halves together. And then... Wait a minute, no. No, 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 no. Got a couple ideas, we'll see what happens. Nice, nice. Okay, so maybe we need to keep them separate and build the two halves of this checkerboard. Maybe that's the way to do this. Okay, so we've got those two together. And then they're going to go through a cutter. Splitter. Okay, so this one is black's on the top right. We need to keep them all the same. Black is on the top right. Yep, there we go. And then so now we're gonna go there, there, and there again. Assembler there, there.
Rex.
And now we're going to turn it on its side. Is that gonna be, that's gonna be 240 a minute. Let's see. I don't know that we can manage that, actually. So that breaks it down from 240 to 120, 120 to 60. No worries, Carolina. Have a good one, man. Thank you for the raid again. There's that. And then that. That. Then we're going to get an assembler there.
What's in your car?
There we go.
New module created.
That is going to be a full belt. Okay, we'll just leave it there at that. Good enough for government work. We got the checkerboard done.
I mean, hello. You've seen the second Jurassic Park, right?
I'll be honest, I don't remember. I think so,
They're on the
but it's
island.
been lots of years.
Okay. They're on the island. He's trying to get off the island. He wants her to come with him. He has now brought a baby Tyrannosaurus Rex into the motorhome because someone broke its leg and she's trying to help it. That's me, isn't it? You go, why? Why? I want to help it, but we all know what's going to happen.
Mama's gonna find the baby
Yeah.
and not be happy about it.
Well, because Mama's not going to understand that they're the ones helping. They weren't the ones that broke the baby's leg. Muzzle them!
Okay, so there's our checkerboards going in.
Turns the light off immediately. Oh, I know that sound.
Okay.
Out where? Well, she's not screaming. She is beelining towards her baby. How many? Get them both.
Okay, so I want to keep the blues coming in actually.
He'll be back.
Okay, so we're only putting out half a belt. Wait a minute, what? 120 divided by 4 is 30. 30 times 2 is... What is going on here? My math was off somewhere. whatever. I messed up somewhere because I'm not getting full output. Oh, it's because we only did 15 of those and 15 of those. That's why. Okay, never mind. It's... What happened to the baby?
They gave it back to mom and dad.
They still pushed him off the edge?
Yeah, I don't think that's what would have actually. I think after getting baby back, they would have just gone about their merry way.
Well, did they drug it and did they think it was dead?
No, it walked away.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Delivery target completed. Rank up.
Yesterday afternoon, the crew was able to configure the cabin for how they expect to fly on lunar flyby date. They were able to find their positioning at the windows and stow things as needed to make sure they can move about the cabin freely during the time at which they'll be observing the moon.
First thing to do be to anchor it to a tree. Two anchor points, one tying vehicle to the tree, and the other to the people.
Looking ahead to tomorrow's timeline for the crew, we do have an OTC 3 burn planned, outbound trajectory correction 3 burned. Of course, we have waved off the first 2 of these. We do anticipate using that OTC-3 burn tomorrow just to further refine the trajectory of the spacecraft around the moon. However, tomorrow, after post-sleep, the crew will get into their Orion Crew Survival Suit System demo. You probably recall seeing them launch in these crew survival suits. These are the orange suits that they launched in and will splash down in.
Ropes.
They'll use this demo to test out how these suits would work in a survival situation if necessary.
Confidence is so frustrating.
All right, let's see. I want to see. Here we go. Now we got the coverage of NASA.
Not at all.
There we go.
This is a live view outside the Orion spacecraft from a camera mounted on its solar array wing. Each of the solar arrays has a camera on its tip and give us views of the spacecraft, allowing teams to take a look at the exterior of the spacecraft as well as give us amazing views here on Earth. Now, I mentioned tomorrow we're expecting the Orion Crew Survival System Suit Demo. We also call those OCS suits, OCSS. During that demo, which will last several hours, the crew will configure the cabin, put on their suits, and perform suit leak checks. They'll also pressurize those suits for demonstrations of the suited nutrition and hydration contingency operations. They will still wear their suits while they install their seats and ingress those seats. These suits are designed to protect Orion in the event of a depressurization of the spacecraft. Being that this is a test flight, teams on the ground are taking every opportunity possible to test out all of their systems on Orion. The Oxsuit demo is the main event for the crew tomorrow, aside from that OTC-3 burn in the evening. The Oxsuit demo is scheduled to start just after 1 p.m. Central Time. All 4 crew members will be conducting that simultaneously.
This is gonna make 4. Let's just go ahead and upgrade that.
That's a thing. Fire and. I'm not saying. One thing.
Houston Integrity, quick question on secondary, you're lined up.
Go ahead.
Hey Jenny, we just want to make sure that unless we hear from you, we are always go to do a secondary line dump, correct?
We're checking. We're going to talk it a little bit more, so we'll get back to you shortly.
Okay, then the near-term question is, are we go right now for a secondary airline dump?
Affirm. You're going to go right now for a secondary limb dump.
Okay, so now they're upgraded to 4.
Integrity for AGA.
Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. New batteries are in. I got the message we have greater than 10 hours. And reading from the end of exercise, CO2, 1.0, O2, 20.2, 14 PSIA, and 76 degrees. Question for you, where do the used batteries get stowed, or are they trashed?
Copy those numbers, Christina. Thank you. You can stow the used batteries in Fox 1, the large bag with the brown label.
Okay. The next thing we need to work on is... Oh, well, we're almost about to finish this mod. Then we can start working on this one. Okay.
Integrity Houston, we would like to confirm that exercise is finished.
Jenny, yes, confirmed exercise is finished.
Copy, thank you.
Can you hand him like 5 or 6 index cards out of that box on the shelf?
This box?
Or the other box, either or.
Which?
Do you 5 or 6 just regular index for? Yeah, 5 or 6.
In that one, so...
This is Artemis Mission Control. We heard the call to the crew confirming that they are done with exercise for the time being. We need to track when they are exercising so the teams here on the ground can put the solar arrays in a safe position. Any exercise happening inside the cabin does impart some movement onto the rest of Orion. We've been able to see that a few times throughout the mission when we have exterior views. So confirming that they are done with exercise means that the team can maneuver those solar arrays back into their sun track position.
Yeah, it's the Artemis 2 mission stuff is going on, and I've been listening to it in the background. What's up, Mahalik? How you doing, bud? This game has weird cube islands. Yeah, you're up on like some pillars. But yeah, I've got
Integrity Houston.
they have internal views when they're available inside the spacecraft. Right now, they're showing Capcom, which is the person in Houston that is talking directly to.
All right, Reed, we talked about it down here, and we are going to give you a go for the rest of the day for secondary line dumps and look at what we can do to extending that further. The one exception to this is that we request that you do not perform a dump when we are taking our saw selfie prior to midday meal, because our saws will not be configured correctly.
Okay, sounds good. Just tell us when we need to hold on the secondary line dumps. Thanks.
Affirm, we will remind you. In addition, I wanted to let you know that we have a burn plan update for you. So in slots 7 and 8, we have one new abort option. You should see titles abort flight day.
This semi reminds me of Cliff Empire. I don't know what Cliff Empire is. Never heard of it. Okay.
Okay, copy. We'll take a look in a minute.
Thanks, Reed. And then did you hear anything when we did the prop PCA flushes earlier today?
Negative. We did not hear anything in the vehicle.
All right, we copy. Thanks for letting us know. And then finally, a stowage location for Christina. We tried to track down that Honest brand of hygiene item.
They're talking about
there is another brand of lotion in the common hygiene kit.
the gray water dump, like secondary line dumping is like gray water, you know, like any excess water, I guess. There we go. That one's done now. Okay, so this is the first half of our checkerboard.
Integrity, we are on board with good streaming. Thank you.
There we go. Now we got the internal view of the space capsule. This is actually cool. This is old, but it looks cool.
Control, and you're looking at a live view inside the Orion spacecraft. You heard some communications between the crew aboard Orion and the ground teams here in Mission Control, you probably heard Capcom Jenny Gibbons call out the new burn plans. There are always burns uploaded to the crew aboard Orion. These are just in case, essentially. She mentioned a couple of abort burn options. We are not targeting any abort at this time, but if we were to get into that situation, they have already uplinked those plans to the crew. This is done throughout the mission as Orion's status and distance from Earth changes.
I've never seen this game before. Huh. Interesting.
You've likely also heard this crew refer to themselves as Integrity, or refer to their spacecraft as Integrity. For the Artemis II mission, the crew named the Orion spacecraft Integrity and revealed that in fall of 2025. They shared that it embodies the foundation of trust, respect, candor, and humility across the crew and the many engineers, technicians, scientists, planners, and dreamers required for mission access. So when you hear teams here in Mission Control Houston calling the crew and referring to them as Integrity, that's exactly why.
Okay, so what's our next module challenge? The next one is going to be interesting. So I think the easiest way to do this is going to be oh, I see how I can do this really easily, actually. So we're going to take a cube. We'll put it through a puncher or a stamper. We stamp out the middle. And then we monotone the outside. We assemble it back together. Then we cut it. Like that. And because that's 120 minute, we have to have a splitter here, because the only way to get the full throughput of the splitter is to do a splitter attached to the machine. With a belt, we'd only get 60. Okay, so then we're gonna take this one up here, and we're going to make the base down here. And then we're going to take these two, and we're going to cut them in half. We're going to take these two halves, we're going to assemble them side by side like that. Then we're going to take this one forward, and we're going to assemble those two together. And then we're going to take half of this, go up here, add the mouth portion, right there. And then we have to do a cutter with a splitter. And that's going to go on the right side. That's going to go on the left side. Assemble that.
New module created.
There we go.
Integrity for stowage.
Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Both of the JSBs from lockers D and E are temp stowed in the, or deployed rather, in the Eagles net.
Copy, thank you.
All right, so there's our next objective for that. It actually wasn't that difficult.
Integrity Houston, we are moving the solar arrays for the SAW picture activity. We'll let you know when they're in position.
What did that unlock? Oh, okay, so we unlocked the Gray Nexus.
As we have this view inside the Orion spacecraft, on the left is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, and in the center of your screen, NASA astronaut Christina Cook. You just heard the call to the crew that the solar arrays are in motion. Ahead of taking a photo, we're looking to get a picture of the crew in the windows of Orion. Photos are the priority of this event, so we'll stand by to see if we still have streaming, but regardless, we will be very excited to share those photos with you as soon as we possibly can. Make sure you follow NASA and NASA Artemis on all social media. That would be at NASA and at NASA Artemis.
I think our next upgrade is we're gonna do this one. I think. Or do we want to unlock the freighter? Not sure what the next thing we should unlock is. I definitely want to get the gray, the big gray, this thing unlocked. Because I think that's our last, oh no, we got this and this to unlock. And we still have the freighter. Maybe I should unlock the freighter first. No, because I think this will be way more efficient.
Integrity Houston, our saws are in position to take this family portrait. So sometime in the next few minutes, we'd love to invite you to the windows to get it done. Thanks.
I think we'll unlock this one as soon as we get the 1920, and then the next upgrade will be the freighter stuff.
want us in 4 windows or the 2 middle windows?
We want you to start in 4 windows, so 1 face per window, and we'll see how that looks and go from there. A reminder to set your cabin lighting pretty bright and perhaps illuminate your face so we can see as much as possible.
Oh, this is gonna be kind of cool, actually.
Okay, we understand that. Before we take our makeshift t-shirt off of there, let's just make sure you can see Christina in window 4 right now.
Checking.
If you look closely right now, you can see NASA astronaut Christina Cook.
I can barely see it, so.
Christina in window 4.
Christina was taking a quick picture of that solar array wing camera as it looks back on her in Orion.
Okay, and you can see Reed in 3, and you want us to remove window 1 cover, then it sounds like.
Yes.
Alright, without illuminating our faces, all 4 of us are in the picture. So, Jenny, we're going to hand it over to you to let us know what we need to do.
All right, copy. We're checking. All right, everybody, we're taking the picture, so say cheese and stay still for about 30 seconds while we perform this photography bracket from the SAW.
Okay, we'll freeze in 3, 2, 1, mark.
The Integrated Communications Officer, or INCO, is helping take this picture
Colonel Will.
of the crew aboard the Orion spacecraft. Now all smiling in the windows of the place they've called home.
Thank you for the raid, buddy.
Orion is currently 183,883 miles from our home planet Earth, 97,452 miles from the moon.
Going on, everybody? Welcome in. We got
We've had some great views both inside the spacecraft as well as outside, but this is the first time that we're getting to see the crew and the spacecraft in the same photo.
Modulus
As
is
mentioned
what I'm playing,
previously,
and then
we are
we're
taking
watching
pictures
the
right now, so the streaming quality
Artemis 2
isn't
coverage.
as great. We look forward to sharing these pictures as soon as we possibly can, and make sure you follow NASA and NASA Artemis on social media.
It's taking a little longer than we thought. Thanks for holding.
Should be playing KSP. I'm not very good at that game, Colonel Will. I've tried to play it. Oh man, I'm so bad at that game.
All right, everybody can relax.
I'd love
That
to get
was
into
great.
it,
Thank
but
you
it's
so
just
much. We
it's
all
there's
look
so
forward
much
getting
to
your
it.
Christmas card come December. Thanks.
Alright, sounds good, Jenny. Thanks.
Just add more boosters. It's a little bit more complicated than that, unfortunately. I mean, that's the general rule, but I mean, a little bit more complicated than that. Monkey see button, monkey press button. Thank you, Nemonix. 20 stream streak, that's freaking sweet.
As you heard from Capcom Jenny Gibbons, we got the pictures we're looking for. We are now maneuvering the solar arrays back into their sun track position.
Integrity Houston, we are doing a data rate change, so we'd like you to cut the HHP stream when you're ready. Thanks.
It's so freaking cool just seeing them float around in there.
And Integrity Houston, just to remind you, that was our last moment where we could not perform a CCU dump, so if you need to do a dump for the rest of the day until crew sleep, you are go.
We copy. Thanks, Jenny.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You're looking at a live view inside the flight control room. This is the Orbit 1 team under direction of Flight Director Jeff.
Okay,
Madigan.
so the next thing we're gonna
He's at
work
the top of
on
your screen in the white shirt.
is
Joined by Capcom
I'm not
Jenny
sure.
Gibbons, Canadian Space Agency astronaut, and backup
What do
for
we
the
need to work
Artemis
on
2
next?
crew mission. Gibbons is talking to fellow Capcom Matthew Dunn. This view coming from outside the capsule as the solar arrays are reconfigured into their sun track position. Just before the crew turned off the camera inside the cabin, we could see they were getting ready for their midday meal. Some of the items on the menu today include sweet and sour pork, rice, broccoli, fiesta chicken, tortillas, berries, cashews, chicken and peanut sauce, pasta and shrimp, and a lemon curd cake. Sounds pretty good to me.
everything but the lemon curd cake. No thanks, and the cashews. Okay, so okay. Oh, all these trees came back. There we go. Almost a 1920 for the large processing plant, I think it is. No, the large bot assembly, which is this one. So as soon as we get the 1920 of those, we're gonna go ahead and get that done. Upgrade. Excuse me, I got the hiccups. Okay. Now, the next thing we need to do is put this guy let's see. Do we want to build this one right here? Might not be a bad spot to do it at, actually. Gonna demolish that. We're gonna place this. Like right there. Maybe not there. Maybe that's not a good spot. Where can we do this?
This is Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. We are coming up on MET 3 days and 1 hour into the flight of Orion. I'm joined here today by Dr. Jacob Richardson. He is the Deputy Lead for Artemis II Lunar Science. Thanks for joining us.
It's lovely to be here.
So can you tell me about your role and about the team members who make up the Lunar Science team?
Yeah, so I'm only one of many people here. I'm the deputy lead of lunar science. Somewhere behind me is our lunar science lead, Kelsey Young, and she is right now sitting here as our science officer on shift. We also have about 40, 50 different people who are a range of different scientists and visualization specialists, engineers, people who love and know about the moon, and are here to support this really wild mission to go and look at the far side of the moon.
Fantastic. Well, we're very excited about that as well. So we have two rooms here, the Science Evaluation Room and the Science Mission Operations Room. What work happens in each of those and how are they different?
Yeah, that's a good readback. So the Science Evaluation Room, we call it the SIR, and that's where we support our science officer in real time during the mission. Up there right now, we're actually finalizing our plan as we speak to send up to the crew on what they're actually going to be looking at the moon. Now that we've launched, we know exactly what moon they're going to see, and that means that we can plan everything. Right now, we're doing it just in time, and it's going to be up there soon. So that's the Science Evaluation Room. The Science Mission Operations Room, we call that the SMORE. That's a couple of buildings over, and they're the first people to look at the mission data that comes down that's for science data ever. So it's the crew that sees the pictures first, that takes the audio first, that takes supports the data capture, and then the first people on Earth that really evaluate it are in that SMORE. And they're busy every single day. So far, we've gotten a little bit, a trickle, and we're about to get a flood of amazing lunar data.
We're really, really looking forward to seeing that imagery as well. So you talked a little bit about knowing what the crew will be able to see during the mission. And I know that is dependent on lunar illumination and on the date that we launched. So how does that lunar illumination shift the targets that we're going to see?
Okay, let's see. We need to...
Yeah, so the moon rotates a lot slower than Earth. Every day, the Earth rotates by 360 degrees. Every day on Earth, the moon rotates about 10 or 12 degrees. That means that different craters, different basins, different volcanic units are visible, like you said, depending on when we launch and when we arrive at the moon. This is a really special view thanks to this amazing April 1st launch. We're not only going to get spectacular illuminated views of the moon, but we're also flying through an eclipse where the moon is between the sun and our friends up in space, and they're going to be able to see things that we've never intentionally viewed before by crew, and I can't wait to see what they see.
Us either. We're going to be streaming the entire thing, so everyone make sure you tune in. So how has the team been assessing and preparing both before launch and since launch for this flyby?
Oh man, the crew has, ever since like a couple of weeks after they were announced, we were with them in, and this is years ago, we were with them in the classroom, teaching them their lunar fundamentals. They came out to Iceland to look at some of the weirdest rocks we have on Earth, just so they can learn how to describe mountains from far distances, how to describe regolith, that's rocks and stones, and how to describe outcrops, just so they can be field lunar geologists for us, because they're the 4 geologic emissaries on our team that actually get to go to our field site, the moon. After that, they've been practicing here in Orion simulators. They've been looking at an inflatable moon that we've hung up for them. They've been doing every single thing under the sun to study their moon. And just earlier today on a PAO interview, we heard them speak to some really small craters, and they knew their names. We're really excited that they know places like Grimaldi. Obviously, they know Oriental, but they know so many other places on the moon that they are personally excited to observe.
We are also very excited to hear about that. They're going to be calling down a lot during the mission as they report what they're seeing to the ground, and I know they're also going to be taking some recordings that will be downlinked later that your team will be able to analyze. But a pop question for you. Today during the press conference, Kelsey Young was asked, what are you most excited for the crew to see? So do you have a personal target that you're most excited for them to see?
Oh my gosh, what am I excited for? So you'll have to tell me what Kelsey said, because we were really busy at that point. We saw her talking, but we're finalizing our science plan, and we're really busy up there. That said, I'm personally excited for the near side views. Something that we don't always get with a lot of these planned launch dates, but we got because we launched in early April, is that the near side is completely illuminated when they start their flyby. That means that everything that they see is the same stuff that we're able to see when we look at the moon. We're going to have the shared view, and there's so many volcanic terrains there. There's so many craters. There's so many mountains that we can see from Earth with either our naked eyes or with binoculars that the crew's going to share with us. And I'm excited to share that view with the crew at the beginning of that flyby.
That's fantastic. So if you're on Earth and it's nighttime where you are, we can look up and see the same exact view that the crew is seeing at that time.
Oops.
Yeah, really it's for a lot of folks, it'll be evening as well. So if you're in Australia, during the evening, you'll be able to see the moon. If it's nighttime and you're in Asia or anywhere where you're kind of close to the Indian Ocean, you'll be able to see the moon really well. So this will be a treat for our friends in Africa, Asia, Australia, Oceania, and anyone who can't see the moon, you know, you still have to follow our coverage for sure.
Absolutely, and for those of you that can, what another cool way to feel connected to the crew. So Dr. Jacob Richardson, thank you so much for joining us today. We cannot wait for Flight Day 6.
I can't either. I'm here with you.
Okay, so we're gonna cut this. We're gonna copy this. Dang it, those are in the way. That'll be fine. Okay.
Bubbles' hair. Why does this look like bendy?
I'm not gonna lie, this may not fit here. Okay. So we need another smelter. Well, one of these can go down and around, so we can do that. This one Go this way. Which is going to give us enough space for that. And then actually there we go. And we got that done. Nope. Z. B. Boom. Oh, E is to move. I forgot about that one. Okay, so there's our first splitter. And then we're going to go to there, get our second splitter. Copy 2 more of those. There we go. And we got that. We'll copy another cutter. There. Split it again. Cut.
Integrity Houston, we are 5 minutes out from a forward link LOS. We'll speak to you in just over 1 hour on Madrid.
We copy. If we need anything, we'll make calls on the blind for the next hour.
Sounds great. Thanks, Reed.
Train limit reached. Uh-oh.
This is Artemis Mission Control. It is 3 days, 1 hour, and 15 minutes into the flight of Artemis 2. You just heard a call from Capcom Jenny Gibbons up to the crew on Orion. They won't be able to hear from us for about an hour. However, we expect to continue to get calls from them We are on the Deep Space Network. This is also referred to as DSN, and this mission is the first time in over 50 years that humans have been using this network. On your screen, a live view of the Orion spacecraft looking at the moon, our destination, now 96,575 miles away.
Oh, that's cool. Are we there yet? Okay, so... Oh, I used the wrong things here. Yeah, you know what? We're not going to be able to do as fast as I want to. So we're just going to go down to 2 of each. We don't have the inputs. So we're just going to do that for now. So we get another upgrade on our Okay, so we're going to do this upgrade, and then we're going to do one more upgrade to this building. Okay, so we've completed that challenge. Let that all clear out.
That being in the original.
What?
I absolutely do not remember there being pterodactyls at the end of the Lost World Jurassic Park.
No idea. Couldn't tell you.
I remember it being like a mind blower when they revealed him in the third movie.
I couldn't tell you. I don't remember. Oh, apparently we need the gray ones to... We just need 8 more. Okay.
This is Artemis Mission Control, and you're looking at a live view of Orion, looking at the moon. Currently aboard the spacecraft, the crew are enjoying their midday meal. Again, we won't be able to make any calls to the spacecraft for the next hour or so, but they would be able to call down to us if need be. Obviously, we are still receiving video from them.
I think they said that the reason for that was the angle of the radar dishes that they're using. If they tried to send out the signals, it'd fry things on the ground at the angle that they have to do it at. So that's why they have that loss of signal.
Still to come today for the crew aboard Orion is the manual piloting demo. The manual piloting demo consists of performing attitude maneuvers using the rotational and translational hand controllers to compare the 6 degree of freedom and 3 degree of freedom attitude control. This will be the second time the crew has had the opportunity to pilot Orion themselves. Victor Glover, NASA astronaut and pilot on the Artemis II mission, manually flew Orion on flight day 1, shortly after launch when the spacecraft separated from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. This was called the Proximity Operations Demonstration, and during that approximately hour-and-a-half window, Glover commanded the spacecraft to approach and make small translational maneuvers around that ICPS. There is a faux docking target on the ICPS, which has now been disposed of. This was a test to allow the crew to practice flying the spacecraft and give reports back to the ground on how Orion flies manually, all in preparation for our future missions to the moon, during which we will need to dock to a lunar lander.
Yeah. What?
And a recap, if you haven't been able to tune in today, the team opted not to execute the OTC burn, also known as outbound trajectory correction burn. There was
I'll be right back, chat.
outbound trajectory correction burn yesterday,
Jackson's gonna
the second one
have
today.
me on the phone.
Both of those were waived off as the trajectory achieved by the TLI, or translunar injection burn, has been deemed sufficient.
keep trying to do copy and paste and I forget that E is move. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we've got oh.
I do.
Okay. So. Oh, that's... But wait a minute. Oh, right, because we need double of these guys, so that's actually perfect. Okay, that's what it is. But we can actually move that whole set up over here, and then we could just freighter stuff back over there. I'm actually going to take this out, and we're just going to get that in there, because I want to get more, I want to get that freighter unlocked. I'll be right back, Chad. I better run to the restroom. Okay, let's see. We're gonna do a large core facility.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You are getting a look at a visualization of Orion and its current position in relation to the moon, now 95,707 miles away. We are in a forward link LOS with Orion, meaning we cannot contact the crew members. These are planned and tracked loss of signal, but they could call down or contact us if need be. However, they are in their midday meal. You can track the location of Orion yourself by visiting nasa.gov/track-Artemis.
No, let's do this. We can go through the machine. We can go this way. That. That there. That one, and then what is the next one? I think we'll do those two. This is going to be irritating. Maybe we got to do this one this way. Maybe that one there. Something like that. That'll allow us to do those two there. Shit. Okay, that's not gonna work either. Well, let's skip that one for now. We'll try to do this one and these two. And we'll do that to there. An underground there. Like that. Or actually we could do that there. Oh, can we weave these? Hold on a minute. Oh, that's handy. Okay, I'm gonna try this out because this could be really useful. Well, I just figured out how we're doing this one. Fucking belt weaving like to the max. Oh, that's super clutch. What? Why are you barking at me? Go tell Mama. Nope. Just want to do this, and we're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom. Boom, boom. Here we go. Hmm. 480 for the first freighter thing. And then... Oh, no, we'll do the upgrade after we get the freighter thing. Because those are going to get expensive. Okay, so now we have the oil. Oh, we need a hub. We might as well get a harvester pad. Building up. Cores.
This is Artemis Mission Control, and you are looking at a beautiful view of the moon from Orion. This view coming from a camera mounted on the solar array wing. There are 4 solar array wings with cameras mounted on each of them. The crew aboard the spacecraft woke up today at 11:35 a.m. Central Time. Since then, they completed their post-sleep period. They also conducted some public affairs events. Their schedule shifted a little bit today as we did have the cancellation
got
of
3
the
more?
OTC-2
Wow.
burn, the outbound trajectory correction burn.
Wow.
If you recall, yesterday's flight plan also called for an outbound trajectory correction burn. That was canceled as well. Both of those burns were deemed unnecessary as the translunar injection burn was very accurate, and we're on a great trajectory to head around the moon.
What do we want to upgrade, or what do we want to unlock now, chat? I think I want to unlock this island.
Canceling the OTC-2 burn today also allowed the team some flexibility on the timeline to maneuver Orion into a different attitude, positioning a primary vent valve in the sun, which helped to loosen up some ice around a vent valve that is used for the wastewater dump. Currently aboard the spacecraft,
Oh, I thought
the crew
those
are
were
enjoying their
different.
midday
Okay,
meal.
those are the
They
same
are
thing.
in a forward link loss of signal, meaning we cannot contact them at this time. However, they could contact us if needed. These loss of signal periods are maintained and tracked here on the ground, and we expect to regain that in about 30 minutes. The Orbit 1 team is currently on console, led by Flight Director Jeff Radigan. You could probably hear some background noise as the Orbit 2 team is starting to filter in the room and transition into their role for the day.
Right now! Oops, sorry.
All right. Are you still on the phone?
Still to come today, the manual piloting demo during which the crew members will use the rotational and translational hand controllers to manually fly the Orion spacecraft.
Okay, so I think... Not really sure. I don't really understand what we're supposed to do with these stupid small islands. I guess you would just smelt the items and send them somewhere?
Doesn't matter. Sir,
Everything!
you need to go potty? Like, right now? Right now? Is it that urgent?
Oh, 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 oh. We got it. Now we can put this back in. And we can get our freighter unlock.
Okay, ma'am.
Freighter control can be accessed via the top menu or placed freight hub. Freighters carry large cargoes of multiple items and can be programmed freely. Each can visit multiple freight hubs, plus you can unlock more freighters in the tech tree. You can place an unlimited amount of hubs with input and output storage. Freighters load from the freight hub's input and unload to its outputs. Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
He's happy.
Yeah.
Just that's a good spot.
Okay, so how do we see how many freighters? We have and how many we can get.
Hi, babe.
Tell me about it.
I'm gonna tell you all about it.
I'm waiting for it. I'm
He's gonna
listening.
give you the rest of it. He's gonna fill in.
Oh,
the
he
extra.
came over here and he's about to give me the what for.
What he's given to what for, but.
You guys left me outside all alone. Yeah, that's what it is, I know. Tell me about it, Doc. Oh, really? I don't think Mama did that to you.
Absolutely.
She did not. She loves you very much.
Oh.
He walked off like, oh, damn. They caught
Listen
me.
to me. Hot on to my ploy.
Okay, so we're gonna put this one right here. And then we're gonna grab this. That right there. And then we're gonna grab, actually we're gonna take this and we're gonna go there. Okay.
This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. View on your screen coming from Orion, looking toward the moon. The destination of the Artemis 2 mission. Spacecraft now traveling 2,088 miles per hour. We are 94,868 miles away from the moon, inching ever closer. The The crew aboard the spacecraft is still in their midday meal period. We are in a forward loss of signal. We do expect to regain that shortly. These loss of signals, or LOS, are tracked here on the ground. We were able to call up to the crew just before we entered this time frame, letting them know that we would be able to hear from them. They just wouldn't hear from us.
Okay, so what I want to do is I want to move this basic processing plant, and I want to double it up. Because we need to make these things faster. Oh, you know what? We're not even making them fast enough. Anyhow, let's try. Let's see what we can do. Okay, we're gonna do this one. Right through there. We've got that's going to go there. This is going to give us 4 lines of output, which is going to be, I think, perfect. Get us more processors. We need 1 line of output for this stuff, 1 line for this stuff, and we can run 2 full setups. Which is kind of cool if you ask me. Alright, now get our miners out and boom, 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 and boom. And the best part about these miners is you can run them through each other. We're gonna do exactly that. And then we're gonna go boom and boom, boom and boom, keeping things as compact as we can. And then what we can do is we can actually just run these right over to here wherever they are. Oh, wait a minute. No, we can only run 1 off of this. Well, we could run skylines across. Because what I'd like to do is put this area and have this area be just the processing of the things. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. I think we'll clean up this whole setup. And we'll get 4 smelters, so let's go ahead. We're just going to set those up right now. Boom and boom. Boom and boom. There and there. There and there. Okay, so there's that.
Order! Order! Wait.
Okay, so cut it in half.
Back.
Then split the full side. Monotoners on the other half. Did that. Monotoners. Technically, we don't need these. These are going to go after the monotoners. There. And there. And then splitter after cutting, splitter after cutting.
Integrity Houston for toilets. Hey Reed, we are working a plan to do another dump prior to the manual piloting DFTO. I'll have more words for you on that shortly, but I wanted to give you a last call for the use of toilet before we get into that. Again, toilet is still no-go for urine use, but I want to give you a last call for fecal use as well.
Opie!
Oop, oop, oop.
Alright, that sounds good, Jenny. And just to confirm, we can still continue to dump the secondary line right now,
Off
correct?
the couch.
Affirm.
It's gonna be like that. You can get off the couch.
And James, what is preferred for you on the DFCO? You want Capcam 3 or you want HHP or both?
Good question, Reed. We do not have the bandwidth currently for HHP, so we'll be using Capcam 3.
Okay, sounds good.
Do we just put that in? No. We're gonna move this one over a bit. These are two exact copies of the same thing, but I'd like to... Oh shoot, that's what I was going to look. We did not get the... Yes, we did the splitter. That's our end product for that. And this is
Houston for big picture forward plan for the wastewater dump.
Go ahead.
Hey Tina, as you know, this is a big issue that we want to work toward resolving. So we are going to set up a wastewater dump on the primary line starting now. And we would like at least one crew member to be looking out the window and reporting what they see. Our intent here is just to have that vent open, and we will leave it open until either we reach a minimum quantity on the tank, we have no flow, or we hit a 3-hour limit.
Hey, Jams, great plan. The one thing we would add is we've got some secondary dumps either in work or just finishing. So in order to assess what's coming out of the primary, we recommend waiting a few minutes for that. We can let you know when it looks pretty clear, if that sounds okay.
Yeah, Tina, that sounds reasonable. How long do you expect that to take?
after the cutter.
The dump just started,
Split.
and it usually completes within a minute. However, there's usually some secondaries after that, so I would estimate in about 3 minutes.
Okay, that sounds great to us. Give us a call in 3 minutes and we will get started. I also wanted to revise my last and let you know that through further discussion on the ground, we can let you know that while we are performing this vent, the toilet is go for fecal use. So good news there.
Copy.
We go.
This is Artemis
So they're
Mission
both
Control. Here in
splitting.
Houston, Texas, you've got a view of the flight director, Jeff Radigan. To his left is Flight Director Diane Daly. She will be the Flight Director for the Orbit 2 shift, as the Orbit 1 shift is now transitioning off console. Down to the bottom of your screen, at the very bottom, is Jackie Mahaffey. She is the crew's trainer for this mission, and she'll be serving as Capcom. And to her left, CSA astronaut and Artemis 2 backup Jenny Gibbons. She's been the Capcom for the Orbit 1 shift, speaking with the astronauts. You just heard them discussing the next wastewater dump opportunity. This has been something the team has been troubleshooting today. They're looking to empty this line that they anticipate or they understand was blocked by ice. The spacecraft is still in a good configuration, and this doesn't have any emission or lunar flyby impacts. We are now 3 days, 2 hours, 24 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission. However, we are referring to this day as Flight Day 4. The crew is now 94,334 miles away from the moon, which you can see there. They are ever growing closer and ever growing farther away from our home planet, 187,185 miles and counting. As the Orbit 1 and Orbit 2 teams continue to conduct their handover procedures, I'll also be handing over the Public Affairs console to my friend and colleague, Anna Schneider. Really enjoyed being with you here today. The Orbit 1 shift will be back tomorrow, and of course, our astronauts are still working throughout the day, and our stream is still live 24/7 on NASA's YouTube.
Okay, so that's there. And then we need a split. Oh, this is going to be interesting. Okay.
Alright, Houston, we are fairly quiescent here. Let us know when you start the event.
It's in work, Reed.
That there. Those two there. This one's going to go here, connected to that. There we go. Another split.
Integrity crew, the vent valve has opened.
Alright, we'll keep monitoring, but right now we see no flow at all.
Copy.
Okay. This is actually going to work out really good, I think.
We heard one little chug deep down beneath us, and now we are getting some spurts with some increasing force, so let's just keep open here.
Copy. Great news, and we're seeing some flow on our side too. Thank you, Reed.
Yeah, you got four crew members rooting for Max Blizzard, and we have a good view out the window. It looks like it looked when we started the mission, so that's a good sign.
Great news. I wanted to keep the mic so you could hear a clap there.
Okay. So this is gonna go here. Splitter there. Wow, this is actually coming together really nice. Splitter. After the cut, split. And then we're gonna join them back together.
Integrity crew, we're maneuvering to the attitude for manual piloting.
Okay, integrity copies.
Okay, so where does this go? So this goes... Wait a minute. What am I missing? Oh, here we go. This is the other half of this. So that goes there. That should go there like that.
Good idea.
Okay. So we have the two halves. That's done. This assembler now goes here. And then this assembler goes here. Yeah, because we need the... Yep. That's gonna go forward. There. Huh. Okay, whatever. Let's see, we need to do a skyline right there. Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Oh, how's it going?
It's going. I don't like that they limit the amount of bridges you can have. That's really fucking annoying.
That's a per island count, right?
Well, and I don't know how it works because I've only got 2 going from this island to this island,
Just let us know when we're go.
but I've also got 3 going from this island to this island, and it's telling me I'm at my max. It
Which
should
island?
be, if it's a limit, it
Island
should be
Target
a
Crew,
limit
you
per
are go to set
gap.
the manual piloting DFTO. We are going to come on board with CAPCAM 3. And when you perform this DFTO, we are happy to take 10 degrees rotation in all axes instead of 15 if you like. We will also happily accept all pilots that we have time for. Let us know how she handles.
Okay, we like the sound of all that. Copy 10 degrees, so we'll aim for that to speed this up a bit so we can get more inputs.
We appreciate it.
Well,
Thanks, Jeremy.
good news. It sounds like they finally fixed their toilet issue, more or less.
And crew, we're on
Toilet's
board
always an
with
issue
CAPCAM
on
3.
space missions because freezing is a problem always.
Yeah. It sounds like they switched vent tubes, and the other one worked as intended.
Yeah. Have I won yet? No, I haven't even. I'm trying to rebuild everything because I'm running out of space on my primary island, but my major problem now is I don't have enough bridges.
This is Artemis
Where
Mission
is
Control.
the
The
Skylines
Orbital
at?
teams are currently in their handover.
Yeah, so each
And
island is only allowed to have,
has stepped into
what is
their
it,
manual
6 right
piloting
now, and then I
procedures.
upgrade to 8? Or maybe it's
This may
4?
look like a familiar view. We saw it just after launch when the crew was conducting the proximity
No, it says
operations
8.
demonstration.
Oh, wait a
NASA
minute.
astronaut Victor
So I have
Glover, the
2,
pilot of the spacecraft, manually commanded
5,
Ready for a quick waste dump update?
6, 7, 8. So I have all 8.
Yeah. So.
We'll take it.
just
But
thank you for
it's stupid that this game is built off of islands, and yet you're limited on what you can move from one island to another, and I really don't like that.
And then it dies down to a flurry.
Well, very shortly,
Up to a
you won't have to
full
worry about
flurry again.
bridges.
It's going about,
Why?
about once every maybe 30
You'll get
seconds.
air
It is
transport.
Very,
Yeah, but the air transport
very,
is point to
dynamic. It's not
point,
just one continual send, but it's
and I don't want to use up all my freighters
quantity go down.
moving the raw resources. That seems stupid.
That's super helpful for us to know. Thanks, Reed. We're still watching it.
You know what I mean? It feels like a waste.
And Houston integrity, it's not in the procedure, so we just want to double check with, we're going to do this DFTO in DAP mode 2.
A-firm, DAP 2.
Operator full. Let's go ahead and we're gonna upgrade that guy to level 3. And what I'm gonna try to do is I'm gonna try
Heard some words from
to
Commander Reed
move
Wiseman discussing the wastewater
this
zone
guy so I don't
currently
have to
ongoing.
re-upgrade it.
We had a view of that from outside the cabin. We are back inside Orion right now, preparing for the manual piloting demonstration. On the left side of your screen is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, and to his right, NASA astronaut Christina Cook. During this demonstration, the crew will be able to manually pilot.
I
Orion
totally
once
forgot there
again
was a
and test its
move
6 degree of freedom and
option.
3 degree of freedom. If you look closely in the background, you can see NASA astronaut and pilot Victor Glover filming part of this demonstration.
You know what I could do? I could send the production stuff to or the what's it called stuff to another island to deliver.
Artemis 2 is MET 3 days, 2 hours, 38 minutes into its flight, and we have just crossed the 2/3 mark on the way to the moon. Now 187,633 miles away from our home planet of Earth, 93,890 miles away from the moon.
Let's do this guy here. And then we're gonna do, so this is product 1, yes. And that's gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4.
Alright, just giving you some handling qualities here for the yaw. Everything was nominal. I noted that with this warp mount, it does have some planes as we do, and so just applying some downward force to try and make sure you don't get coupling is required, but that's fine, that's workable. And then we had a little bit of coupling and roll, in both in the same direction on that one. So we had about 4 degrees of roll through the 20 degrees of yaw.
Copy all.
Yeah.
Okay, and we're still just completing
Move
the
that
maneuvers, but
to
we're not picking up any coupling for the
there.
and the vehicle's very
Gonna do a
responsive at nulling out
split.
the half degree per second. It's almost instantaneous.
Copy.
Oh, actually, what we could do, I have a better idea for this. Oops. Ooh, I like this idea, actually. Boom there. And then...
Again, the manual piloting demo is beginning aboard the Orion spacecraft, and as the Orbit 1 and 2 teams hand off, I am going to hand off to my friend and colleague, Anna Schneider. She will be carrying through the rest of the manual piloting demo, the rest of the crew's day, and our live stream continues 24/7 on NASA YouTube.
There we go. That's done.
Okay, Houston, for the roll, the only thing I noticed is I had a little coupling in the roll right in yaw, and was able to compensate for that in the roll, or in the roll left. Didn't have any coupling in the yaw. I think we're just getting used to the orb mount here.
Copy all, Jeremy, and we are a minute away from a data rate change. We will have a very brief LOS during that time. I will let you know when we're back with you.
Okay, let's move this forward a little bit. There we go. And then we'll bring this guy over 1. Nope, 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 nope. What are you doing? Stay there. There we go. feel like there was an upgrade to the distance of the undergrounds, and I don't see it in the tech tree this time. Wasn't there?
Yes, it's in the.
Or have I just not gotten there?
We haven't gotten there yet. It's like a blue or yellow tech.
Nice, and you let him walk over.
I just can't find it.
Doc, you're fine. Fine, you can walk over. Walk over. There you go. Perfect. Thank you.
Skylines, crane reach, crane amount.
Definitely in the lower half. I know that much.
I'll be honest, I cannot find it. Oops, that's not what I wanted.
And I no longer have a copy of the game, so I can't exactly help you out.
Integrity crew, we're back with you.
One thing they really need on that tech tree is a searchability.
We just finished the
Yeah.
maneuvers. The rates all seem the same. The response seem the same. It is difficult to tell whether you might have some cross coupling from the RHC or if it's from the vehicle. But we were pretty convinced in the last roll one that the coupling that showed up, which was 4 degrees, was coming from the vehicle and not the RHC.
I don't see it. I think they took it out.
Copy all, Jeremy. Thank you.
I mean, I could be misremembering and just not. It was
Right.
never a thing, but I thought I swear I thought that there was an underground distance upgrade. And I, for the life of me, cannot find it.
Good evening from Mission Control Houston inside the Artemis Flight Control Room.
I don't know.
I'm Schneider with NASA Communications, and the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers has recently come on console and has completed their handover with the Orbit 1 team, who are wrapping up their shift. The Orbit 2 team this evening will be led by NASA Flight Director Diane Daly, and the Capcom or capsule communicator will be Jackie Mahaffey. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft, which you can see.
With the jets intentionally deselected with the left yaw, the rate built up as expected nominally, but it's having a hard time nulling out the rate. So it's almost there now, and we've got 7 degrees of yaw before it nulls the rate.
Copy all. Thank you, Jeremy.
So the vehicle overshot by 7 degrees once it was released from the yaw left, and then it built up very slowly, built up a rate, and it looks like it's trying to take it back to where the RHC was released, but it's overshooting again.
Copy all.
Yeah, and right now maneuver. We haven't maneuvered back to center yet. We developed 5 degrees of roll left and 5 degrees of pitch up. And then when it built up a rate to try and look like it tried to go back to where the RHC was released, it went back to 355 instead of 350. So just to read all that down, we commanded a left yaw until we saw 350 yaw. It went to 343, and then it went back to 355 before it nulled all the rates. And now we'll put one in and we'll just take it back to 0.
Very good. Thanks, Jeremy.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft named Integrity are currently working through a manual pilot team developmental flight test objective, or DFTO. You can see the crew there on your screen. That's a live look inside the cabin of the Orion spacecraft. On the left-hand side, you can see CSA, or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, and next to him is Christina Cook.
Okay, and now the yaw rate is complete, and as expected, took quite a bit of time to build up the rate, but was able to null the rate quickly and accurately.
Copy all.
Alright, we're going to unlock the overflow splitter. I want to test that here.
During this developmental flight test objective, the crew is working to perform several attitude maneuvers to compare 6 degrees of freedom and 3 degrees of freedom attitude control. 6 degrees of freedom refers to the 6 ways that a spacecraft moves. There are 3 translational degrees of freedom.
During the pitch checkout, there's no perceptible change in performance. They would have built the rate quickly and null it out quickly and accurately.
Excellent. Thanks.
Oh wait, we can't do that. Never mind. Can't do that. We have to do this. Because they're gonna be messed up if we try to do it the other way. Okay. It's fine. We want this to be, we want these two to run 100% of the time. If there's excess, we want it to go to the next one.
Okay, and then for roll in this configuration, the left roll is a little bit slower to build up. The right roll is responsive as per normal.
Copy.
I guess what we could do to save ourselves on the bridges is we could do the processing of the shards over here. Nizio, what's going on? I'm enjoying it. It's like it feels different enough to be fresh, which is really nice for automation kind of games. Factory builders.
Now, this will be myself in the seat and making comments.
Copy. We're following the swap. Thank you.
And currently on your screen, you can see CSA astronaut Jeremy Hansen and NASA astronaut Christina Cook swapping places as they continue through the manual piloting developmental flight test objective. Again, they are performing several different attitude maneuvers to compare 6 degrees of freedom and 3 degrees of freedom attitude control on the spacecraft. 6 degrees of freedom refers to the 6 ways that a spacecraft
Looks like we are
moves.
about the
There
same
are
progression.
3
Yeah.
translational degrees of freedom: forward, backward,
I,
up and down, and left and right. And 3 rotational degrees of freedom, which are roll, pitch, and yaw. So through this developmental flight test objective, the crew is comparing the standard 6 degrees of freedom to
Integrity Crew Houston, we want to offer up to our pilot, if you want, you can do 5 degrees instead of 10 to move it along a bit quicker. We're looking forward to getting some info for you as a pilot here.
Okay, we copy that.
Currently, NASA astronaut Christina Cook is piloting the spacecraft for this manual piloting DFTO.
Whenever it has 10 in, so I went ahead and completed all the way back. Standard 6 off behavior, fast ramp up to the DAP speed. There were 2 degrees of roll added in. I did attempt to stop that cross coupling during the roll, during the yaw back, but I didn't get there, so just a little cross coupling there, getting used to the orb mount and its play.
Copy, we follow. Thanks, Christina.
Okay. Do I want to start unlocking some faster belts?
And this is Artemis Mission Control. So through this developmental flight test objective that you're watching them complete on your screen, they are working to compare the standard 6 degrees of freedom to the degraded qualities of 3 degrees of freedom. In that case, it would mean the crew could only control the rotational axes of roll, pitch, and yaw.
Okay, similar behavior with 5. In this instance, there was just a very small amount of roll in that I did try to take out, and with a quick roll pulse, it did take it out. That was just kind of a manual thing that I did, but it was nice to see you could do that if you had unintended coupling going on.
Copy all.
Go. Now we've got
Okay,
plenty.
similar thing with roll. Roll was definitely the most difficult for me to keep the yaw out coupling naturally, so I just kind of put some manual yaw in to undo the coupling there, but similar 6-off performance.
Excellent. Thank you, Christina. And just for your information, we are comfortable going a little over on this activity. Our schedule allows for it today, and we're getting a lot of good info from you. So we'll have you continue to the end of the DFTO.
Copy.
Okay, there's the last of our
Negligible change in 3 DOF with the yaw.
Copy.
Hey, why are you not going forward?
Okay, I'm going to make a comment on the pitch up. There was some roll there. I tried a different technique where I actually kind of held the orb mount at the high end of its play rather than pressing down at the low end since I was pitching up. But I think that actually made it a little bit harder to keep the roll coupling out. So for pitch down, I'll go ahead and hold it at the bottom of its play. So in this, again, in the direction, in this case, of the pitch.
Copy all.
Okay, great performance.
All right, let's play around with the freighter hub. We're gonna put the freighter hub. We'll put it right here. Boom. And we're gonna use. Let's get our smelter. Let's do a Control C. Copy that. And we'll go right there. 2. Nope, nope, Z. Control, no, E.
Okay, on that one I kind of went the other direction at first, but was able to remove some yaw oscillations. I think the ore mount with roll, I was just playing with some compensation there, like kind of actively using muscles to keep yaw in or from going. Mixed results, but it was good to try some of that actively.
We like it. Thank you.
Underground. There. And then let's do these ones here. And actually,
Bless you.
Alright, Jenny, on this one, given that when we did this, he had an overshoot, which was then overcorrected 5 degrees in the direction he came from, I wanted to try the method of actually overshooting on purpose to try to get back to the 5 degrees. So we'll see if that works.
Thank you. We're following along.
And Houston, we have some Earth and Moon viewers here who are putting in requests for different motions so that they can see things in the window.
We're seeing them in the camera views and we're enjoying it. Look at those scientists go.
okay.
Boom, 5 degrees.
Boom.
All right, so actually, what we should do is have this one We should have this one going up to there.
Alright, Jenny, and that one, as expected, had a slow start, but then finished right when release happened, and was able to build up the full rate eventually.
Copy.
Okay, and as expected with those specific jets deselected, no negligible or no clear difference in pitch.
We copy.
Okay, can't get rid of that.
Okay, and on that one, I released at 5 degrees and 2-degree overshoot. I'm holding the orb. I'm holding against the play of the orb mount that is inward to my body and forward or down while putting in the roll, and so it takes a little bit of kind of like counteracting muscle movement for that. But I think I had pretty decent lack of coupling.
Copy.
Okay, a little more roll for the peanut gallery.
They love it.
Houston, thanks for your patience. We had to see the full moon and the Earth at the same time, which was just accomplished. Now we're going to be rolling back.
We understand and approve.
I definitely have some stuff to report for that one. Going back, which was the roll left, two things. The pitch coupling that you saw, I do think was due to an input on the RHC, but the yaw, I don't think was, because I actively tried to take out the yaw, and I felt myself having to go out of the detent in the other direction to start affecting that yaw motion that you were seeing. So I think that might have been because of it was difficult for it to compensate potentially. And I think that one might not have been because of inputs of the hand controller.
Copy all. GNC agrees.
Rock again. We see ourselves complete with the manual piloting, and we'll continue and close out the procedure if you agree.
All right, Christina, we totally agree. And while we have you, we just wanted to give you one item for Jeremy's timeline. We noticed a conflict with his PPC and the filming for Exercise and Day in the Life. So we just wanted to let him know that he can do the PPC early. We'll be ready to support that, and be mindful of when the filming starts at his discretion. Thanks.
Crew copies all. Thanks.
Our pleasure, and with that, I will pass you on to the very capable Jackie Mahaffey.
Why'd you go play this on the iPad?
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. The crew has recently wrapped up their manual piloting developmental flight test objective.
Yeah. I know. Well, I didn't either. Now I know.
And the Capcom or capsule communicators here in Mission Control have also handed over, as the Orbit 1 and Orbit 2 teams have completed their handover. So the oncoming Capcom for this shift will be Jackie Mahaffey, and she took over from Ginny Gibbons. Ginny was a backup CSA astronaut for this mission, and then Jackie Mahaffey was the crew training lead for Artemis 2. Now that the manual piloting flight test objective is complete, the crew is going to continue on to other scheduled activities for the day. So coming up on the timeline, NASA astronaut Christina Cook and CSA or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen both have scheduled crew exercise. Each of the crew members has a block of
Alright, let's
exercise
unlock
scheduled each
faster
day
belts.
to
This is getting
maintain
ridiculous.
their health and fitness during
We're
their
gonna do faster
trips to
belts.
space. On the Orion spacecraft.
Go ahead.
Faster miners.
Hey, Jackie.
Faster smelters.
Once in a while we do hear a little like thud in the spacecraft, followed by a little plume of snowflakes. So there probably is just ice chugging through those lines. And we are still getting little intermittent blizzards. You probably see it on the solar array cameras, but it is still just going. It's dwindling. And then if you do see the volume pick up in the next over the next 5 minutes, there's going to be a few secondary dumps as well.
You're gonna want to get those extractors too, so you can keep up with the belt speed.
Reed, we copy all. Thank you for the
Delivery
insight.
target completed.
Yeah, I know I need to do them both, but this one's really expensive. But
The oil one you can ignore.
And this is Mission Control.
Why?
You heard some additional
Because that outputs a shitload.
it only outputs 60, and each building
No,
when
it
you
output-
upgrade to the large version takes an entire belt. Oh well, hold on a minute. Maybe not.
Reed, and to clarify, we are interpreting that as you would like us
I'm referring to the oil well itself. That was the research you were covering over.
Yeah, I know. But I upgraded the belt speed, and now they're only 60, and the belt is 120.
when that's in place.
I see what you're saying, yes, but the miner, I don't know that it's going to actually keep up with the belt speed now if we're using all the material.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You're now
Obviously, if
seeing
we're not
an
using all the
exterior
material,
view
that's
of
not the
Orion
case, but-
spacecraft. This view is coming to you from one of the solar array wing cameras. The Orion spacecraft has 4 solar array wings, and each of those has a camera. And the crew is continuing to work through the remainder of their activities for the day. So in addition to the upcoming exercise for NASA astronaut Christina Cook and CSA or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, both NASA astronaut Victor Glover and Christina Cook also have a lunar flyby plan review coming up. And this plan review had already been completed earlier in the day by NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman and CSA astronaut Jeremy Hansen. And during this activity, each crew member is reviewing their lunar targeting package, which is the primary tool guiding crew observations during the lunar flyby on flight day 6. This package consists of 2 key components: the lunar geography review and the lunar targeting plan.
Integrity Houston, we have only an external view of Orion.
Okay, sounds good. We'll probably, you were bandwidth limited earlier. I don't know if you want HHP in a little while. We can happily set that up. And next question is, if you can ask flight, is there an estimate of toilet coming back functional for urine? That'll just change some of our next steps. If not, we'll continue on CCUs.
Reed, our goal for the toilet is to vent down to approximately 10%, and then we need to have a couple of discussions here on the ground, so you can expect a couple of hours before we would potentially give you a go for toilet use.
That is exactly the information we wanted to hear. Thank you so much.
And you just heard some additional communication there between NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman and the Capcom, or capsule communicator here on the ground, Jackie Mahaffey, who you can see there on the bottom of your screen.
What? I was giving her kisses.
Because
I go hurt her. He go hurt her. I know it.
You're gonna start the pizza, and I'm gonna go grab a glass Coke.
At the beginning of crew sleep on flight day 3, the ground had performed a routine and regularly scheduled wastewater dump. And during that dump, it was terminated after only dumping 3%. They have since completed an additional wastewater dump just about 30 minutes ago, and the team on the ground is evaluating the status of the toilet on the Orion spacecraft. But in the meantime, the crew has been instructed to continue using CCUs, which are collapsible contingency urinals.
Houston Integrity, the DFTO procedure is complete.
Jeremy, we copy, and we will be taking you back to biased tail to sun.
Copy that.
This is Artemis Mission Control. We did have that confirmation that the manual piloting developmental flight test objective is officially complete. They were just completing some cleanup actions on that task, and now they're going to start moving into the remainder of the activities for the day. The Orion spacecraft is also being maneuvered to what is known as biased tail to sun attitude. The Orion spacecraft uses a tail to sun attitude as its primary passive or passive safe flight orientation during transit to maintain thermal balance and maximize power generation. Now on your screen you can see a view of the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO. And this provides updates on the data and telemetry coming from the Orion spacecraft. So currently the Orion spacecraft and its crew are about 188,000 miles away from Earth, and they have about 92,000 miles between them and the moon. Not too long ago they did surpass the 2/3 mark as they continue to close in on the moon, and they are expected to make that closest approach and their lunar flyby on flight day 6 coming up on April 6th.
right, they are dialing you now. Integrity Houston, per Reed's question a few minutes ago about the HHP cam, we do have the bandwidth, and when Jeremy finishes up his conference, we would be happy to come back on board. Second item, maybe Christina can help answer this. We were wondering at the DUs, how was the audio volume-wise, clarity-wise from the speaker unit?
We copy the question, and we will get back to you shortly.
Okay. No, Nizio, they don't. They just, you need to have a cargo ship, and there's a limited number of cargo freighter things. I don't know where to find that information for how many I have available. I have one right now, which is doing that short jaunt across here to save me from having the what's it called? But oh. Where's my phone? I need to start a timer. All right, there we go. Yep. I'll be honest, Nizio, I thought the same thing, which is why in the test I didn't really do that. Or I didn't really do much testing or playing with those, and I kind of regret it now because they're kind of cool.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Jotha, what's going on? But like right here, I'm just loading up, you know, smelted blocks, and they're getting shipped over here. And what we're going to do is we're going to make more of these guys. I'm contemplating moving this guy over here. Yes, they have a little bit more travel time, but that's not the end of the world.
Houston Orion, we dropped the call, so if you could redial, that'd be great.
They're on a phone call on the freaking lunar lander. Or no, the Orion capsule. That's ridiculous. Ridiculous and awesome at the same time. Yeah, I actually, when I built it, because I just placed it down to see what it was, what it looked like, I actually built it and it fits in this little square in this tile right here. And I have a feeling that this is where the monuments are kind of meant to go. It's not a guarantee, Nizio, but I mean, it's almost the exact perfect size. And if you like bump it up against the back wall, you can have more than enough tiles on the front side. And I actually bumped it up against this corner, and I left 2 slots right here for undergrounds to output. Or I don't remember. I don't think I ever finished building it, to be honest. No, I don't want that one. Okay, so that's there. So then what we're gonna do is we're gonna copy this guy right about there. Put that there. Another splitter there and there. So far though, Jotha, I'm having fun with it. And we're gonna just go ahead and start the upgrades as soon as they're available.
When he's outside at night and then oh.
Why?
Well, because there was
This
a
is Artemis
dead
Mission Control
full-grown
in
duck
Houston,
on the road
Texas. We currently
that looked
see
like it had been
a
taken by a
live view
hawk
of
or
the
an owl.
Orion spacecraft,
Okay.
which is named Integrity 5.
It was not a
Currently
mammal
onboard
that
the
got
Orion
it.
spacecraft includes NASA astronaut
It was some kind of bird
serving as the
that got it.
commander, NASA astronaut Victor Glover serving as the pilot and the mission
Because,
specialist.
like, the head and neck
NASA
were all
astronaut Christina
fine, it
Koch
just
and
had big old
CSA
puncture marks through the
Canadian
back
Space
and then
Agency
gut
astronaut
ripped out.
Jeremy Hansen.
If a dog or a cat would have
The
gotten
crew
it,
is
it'd
currently
have been
awake
shook off.
and working through several different
After,
activities.
bloodied, but no, it
Currently
snapped
on
it
the
up by the back.
timeline, NASA astronaut Victor Glover is working on his lunar flyby plan review.
Very
And
large
during
hawk.
this activity, the crew members
Hard
are
to dig
reviewing
out.
their lunar targeting package, which is the primary tool
was
which
a
will guide crew
full-grown
observations
duck.
during the lunar flyby on flight day 6. Throughout the day, each of the crew members will have a chance to review that plan and ask any questions that they may have ahead of that lunar flyby.
I mean, it could also
NASA
may have
astronaut
possibly been a
Lee
goon.
Wiseman and CSA
Raccoons will get
astronaut
into duck
Jeremy
houses,
Hansen have already
and they'll
completed
snap the
that
back of a
flyby plan
duck.
review, and then coming up a little
Yep.
bit later on the
Thinner.
timeline, NASA
Right.
astronaut Christina Koch will also have the opportunity to review that plan.
We keep
The
But
lunar
and then
targeting
make sure
package that they
Obi
are
comes in
reviewing
high, he's
consists
running
of
out
two
front,
key
right?
components,
Like,
the
'cause I don't
lunar
want
geography
blame for
review
nothing.
and the lunar targeting
doesn't
plan.
mess around with birds.
The lunar geography review helps astronauts study major lunar features in advance of the
When they
flyby
start
and learn how
flying,
to
it
orient themselves
freaks them
during
out.
the flyby, while the lunar targeting plan provides a detailed
Fall
timeline
into
of
the A word.
observation targets, background science context, and specific instructions
Know what
for
the A word
imaging and verbal descriptions.
All know what the A word.
NASA astronaut Christina Koch is also currently preparing and working on her daily exercise using the flywheel
I did.
exercise device on board the Orion spacecraft. Each of the crew members has a block of time each day to complete that exercise, and the flywheel is about the size of an extra large shoebox, and it can support a variety of different exercises from aerobic to resistive exercise.
Can you look at my glass coat?
And so after Christina
Sure
completes her
can.
exercise block, CSA or Canadian
Well, let's
Space
see if we can
Agency
find the
astronaut
bottle
Jeremy
opener. There it
Hansen
is.
will complete his exercise as well, and then NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman will complete his exercise.
Yep, it's not
NASA
poison.
astronaut Victor Glover completed his exercise block earlier in the day prior to their midday meal. Towards the end of the crew day, CSA astronaut will also have a public affairs event with the Canadian Space Agency before the full crew goes into their private medical conference, which is a daily conference between the crew and their medical teams here on the ground, and then they will have a private conference with the flight director, who currently on console is NASA Flight Director Diane Daly, supporting the Orbit 2 shift, and then the crew will transition into their pre-sleep period, during which they perform some hygiene activities and also have a chance to eat their dinner before they prepare for sleep. And then once they go to sleep, that will round out the Flight Day 4 activities. And there on your screen you are seeing a live look inside the Artemis flight control room here in Mission Control Houston. On the upper right hand portion of the screen is the flight director console, so the flight director currently is Diane Daly, who is serving as the Orbit 2 flight directors throughout the mission. There are 3 shifts or orbits who provide 24/7 coverage and support to the crew and the Orion spacecraft for the Artemis 2 mission.
Oh. There we go. That's why we're not running. I think the next thing I want to upgrade is It's a constant supply of the materials. So this one, if you look at oh, wait a minute, what? Gray charge. It gives I'll be honest, Nizio, I don't remember. We figured it out the last time, but I don't remember now. These massive abilities count on all your skills to construct. They require a huge amount of space to be placed and a lot of modules to be completed. Once a monument is constructed, it can be charged with data shards. A charged monument unlocks extra abilities later and will even be necessary to complete your end goal. You can only place one monument of each color. So, there you go. Yes, correct. Okay. So now that we've got that done, what's next?
Houston Integrity, AGA readings when you're ready.
We are ready, and also Arrays and ARS are in the planned config for exercise.
We copy, go for exercise, thank you. CO2, 1.6. O2, 19.3. Pressure, 13.8. Temperature, 75.3.
Houston copies, and as a reminder, we are staying in a 2 ARS scrubber config for this exercise period, and we'll definitely want the intermittent, the scheduled AGA reading in between the 2 runs and at the end. If it's looking good, we're talking about whether we might want to stay in that config through the end of Reed's exercise.
Alright. I'm gonna go get the food. Be right back, chat. you want me to mute it?
Integrity Houston, a reminder that we do have the bandwidth to come on board with the HHP camera. Let us know if that's something you'd like to do.
Integrity, at this time we're going to hold off on doing the HHP camera just due to the things we're trying to manage right now, but we will get you on board as soon as and often as we can.
No rush. Thanks.
All right. What is the next step? I'm not entirely sure. We're making a whole bunch of white shard thingies.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently 3 days, 3 hours, and 48 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission. We are on the 4th flight day, following a liftoff on Wednesday, April 1st at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. You're currently seeing a view of the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO, which you can follow along with at nasa.gov/trackartemis. This visualization provides updates on the data and telemetry coming from the Orion spacecraft. Currently, Orion is about 189,000 miles away from Earth and about 91,000 miles separating the spacecraft and the moon. It's continuing to close in on the moon, and it is scheduled to have its closest approach and lunar flyby on flight day 6, which will be Monday, April 6th. Yesterday, during flight day 3, the Orion spacecraft did pass the halfway mark, where it became closer to the moon than the Earth. And then tomorrow on flight day 5, which will be April 5th, the Orion spacecraft will cross into the lunar sphere of influence, which is when the gravitational forces from the moon will be stronger than those of Earth. Currently, the crew on board the Orion spacecraft is awake, and they're continuing to work through the remainder of their activities for the day, which includes some blocks of exercise, as well as a lunar flyby plan review. Earlier in the day, the crew did complete a public affairs downlink event, and then 2 of the crew members have already completed their flyby plan review. There was originally a scheduled outbound trajectory correction burn. This was the second planned correction burn that ended up being canceled, as it was determined that it was no longer needed. Tomorrow on flight day 5, there is another opportunity for an outbound trajectory correction burn should it be needed. And then coming up later in this shift, there will also be a Canadian Space Agency public affairs event before the crew begins to wind down for the day and go into their pre-sleep period, where they will complete hygiene activities as well as eat their dinner before they go into their sleep period.
Ellie
once they enter flight day 5, following their sleep period, there's several activities planned for tomorrow, including an Ox suit developmental flight test objective. The Ox suit is the Orion Crew Survival System suit, those orange suits that you see them wearing. So that will take up about the entire morning portion of their day before they move into their midday meal. And again, there's also a planned outbound trajectory correction burn scheduled for flight day 5 as well. And then shortly after that burn is when they will enter that lunar sphere influence. It'll take place during their pre-sleep period on flight day 5.
I don't like that.
I know you don't like it, but 3 years old.
Okay, there we go. Now we got a few more
So,
blues going.
he made that voice go like this. Oh, yeah.
I hate this.
Smart enough to understand.
Here we go. All right, there we go. So now we've got these guys running.
I wish I could explain how I make them. The very strange.
Integrity Houston for wastewater dump in sight.
We're with you, go ahead.
Hey Victor, we are looking for the latest observations you might have on what the wastewater dump is sounding like and looking like.
It's a little louder in here than it was the last time we reported, and so I haven't noticed anything noise-wise, but visually, it's going from a light drizzle to a moderate blizzard at about 5-second intervals, and they last for about at about 5-second intervals, but it still seems to be going strong.
We copy all, thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston,
Okay.
Texas. We heard some communication there between NASA astronaut Victor Glover, who is currently on board the Orion spacecraft, and you're seeing a view of the exterior of the Orion spacecraft in the upper left hand of your screen there. Those views coming to you from the solar array wing cameras, which are attached to the 4 different solar arrays on the spacecraft, and then in the bottom right hand of your screen you can see a look inside the Artemis Mission Control here in Houston, specifically the Capcom and flight director consoles. So the Capcom or capsule communicator there in the center portion of that screen is Jackie Mahaffey, and she serves as the single voice link between the ground and the crew on board the Orion spacecraft. They were having some additional conversations about the Universal Waste Management System, which is basically the space toilet on board the Orion spacecraft.
All right.
Typically, they do a wastewater dump every day. There's some issues with that wastewater dump at the end of Flight Day 3 that they've been working to troubleshoot throughout the day, and so they've been performing an additional wastewater dump for the past hour or so, and so they're just providing some updates on the status of that activity.
All right, there we go. So now that's done. Now here's the question. Do we want to save up for the Nexus? Or Do we want to get more of our freighter
Friday.
things?
Yeah. Oh. Next one is.
Yeah.
Well, after we get. Remember, we have to be at Papa's.
Hey, you see that image shaking on the capsule camera?
Yeah, that's from them exercising.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
That's insane.
To be at Papa's at noon. Or remember.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Sir.
I know we're both bad about remembering dates, so
Thank you for the reminder.
I would rather.
No, I'm all for it.
Kinda like it doesn't annoy me when people remind me, even if I remember. I would rather be reminded extra and not need it than need it and not be reminded.
Uh-huh. Okay, let's see. What in the world do we want to unlock next? I think maybe we should unlock the Lumite reactor. I don't know what that's gonna do. Oh, this is going to be interesting.
Houston Integrity AGA readings when ready.
We are ready.
CO2 1.8 O2 20.1 13.95 PSI 76.1 degrees.
That one's the one.
We copy all. You got a very positive reaction from the Ecom BME area of the room on that CO2 level. And reminder, although I'm not sure it'll be needed, pay attention if you're feeling any symptoms of a rising CO2 and report those as well.
Absolutely.
I'm an idiot and bought them on intermingling between frickin' Prime and Apple.
There between NASA
Not
astronaut
thinking
Victor
about it.
Glover, who is serving as the
Although,
pilot
I mean,
on
there
board
were
the
years
Orion
apart at the
spacecraft
time
as
when I
part of the
purchased it.
Artemis 2 mission, and the Capcom or Capsule Communicator here in Mission Control. They were
But again,
discussing
me being
some
a
recent
turkey,
AGA
that
or
surprised
anomalous
anyone.
gas analyzer readings. The crew takes and reports these readings periodically throughout the day, and this is a portable laser-based instrument that can detect trace contaminants and also measures gases inside the Orion spacecraft, such as carbon dioxide. And the Capcom or capsule communicator here in the room mentioned some reactions from a couple of consoles here in the room, and that was the EECOM and BME consoles. So EECOM is the Emergency Environmental and Consumables Manager, and they are responsible for the internal thermal control systems, air and water supply, and purification systems on board the Orion spacecraft. And then BME is the biomedical engineer here in Mission Control, and they ensure crew health and safety by planning, facilitating, and monitoring all activities involving crew health, medical operations, and relevant hardware. And there's a full view inside the Artemis Flight Control Room here in Mission Control. That EECOM console that I was referencing is in the left-hand side of your screen towards the back of the room. And you can see all of the other various flight control positions here in the room. And the upper left-hand corner of your screen is the ground control console, or GC. And behind them is the science officer. So the science officer is responsible for the science taking place on the mission, specifically the lunar science.
Question on exercise timing. We would really love it if we didn't have to wait 15 minutes between crew members, but let us know.
Longer one. Bed reason.
And Houston is happy to eliminate that wait and go for the next person.
Awesome, thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control again. Some additional conversations there between the crew and the team here in Mission Control discussing the exercise taking place on board the Orion spacecraft. So NASA astronaut Christina Cook recently wrapped up her daily exercise block, and then CSA, or Canadian Space Agency, astronaut Jeremy Hansen is scheduled to do his exercise next, followed by NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman. And so each of the crew members on board the spacecraft have a daily block of exercise, and they all use a device known as the flywheel, which is a exercise device that uses a flywheel or a series of pulleys and a torque limiter encased in a frame the size of an extra large shoebox, which functions similar to a rowing machine, and they can complete various different types of exercises using that machine, such as aerobic and resistive exercise.
Kind of just a waiting game at this point, chat.
What you waiting on?
Well, I want to build the Nexus, but I have to have 4,000 of those cube thingies. The gray shard things.
How many are you making?
A whole bunch, honestly. Consumes solarite to produce yellow pigment.
Houston, integrity question for Photo TV.
Go ahead.
Actually, it's two questions. The first question is 7 gigs too big of a video to downlink, and the second question
Checking on both.
Excuse me, window DFTO pictures. And then, Jackie, if you could pass along a message to the team analyzing those videos about the window DFTO, let me know when you're ready to copy.
Ready.
When I first started taking the photos, I realized that small changes in how far the lens was from the window made a difference in the image quality. And so the first few shots are not useful, and they start on window. The first shots were on window 3, I believe. And then, I'm sorry, window 2, and on window 2, I retook the photo starting on the left side, and the voice recording will say, window 2 left, 80, 135, 200 and 400, but it will say lens touching. So those are the images to use. So hopefully you'll notice there's 2 sets of the window 2 left, and then the rest of the images are all correct. The docking hatch, window 2, and then the center and right images for window 2.
We copy all. Thanks for the insight. And Victor, just to circle back, the team did get the window DFTO photos. They are taking a look at those today, and so your additional information will be very useful. Thanks. And to the first question about the 7 gigs for video size, we can give that a shot via optical comm overnight tonight.
Okay, it's a PAO video, and we'll get that onto PCD1, and hopefully get it overnight. Thanks.
Copy, PCD1.
This is Artemis Mission Control. Some additional communication there from the crew, namely NASA astronaut Victor Glover, who was discussing a couple of different things. The first one related to some images that were captured as part of a window optical quality developmental flight test objective.
Hey Jackie, that video is nothing special. It's just some routine cabin shots. All the other cameras were used, so I used an iPhone at lowest res, and I just made a large file. Sorry about that. We'll fix it tomorrow.
You are almost 2/3 of the way to the moon. It's a special video. Thank you.
The window optical quality DFTO was completed during flight day 3, and it involved the crew taking images at varying focal lengths of subjects such as the Earth or the Moon in order to evaluate window optical effects on imagery. There are a variety of developmental flight test objectives, or DFTOs, throughout the mission, and they are all designed to evaluate objectives proposed to improve Orion hardware, flight systems, flight operations, processes, and procedures. They were also discussing the transfer of a video file using the optical communication system. The OPCOM system is a laser communication that uses infrared light rather than traditional radio waves to send data to and from space, and this infrared light's higher frequency allows more data to be sent in a single transmission to Earth.
Estimated output is 100 a minute. What? Okay, so we're going to try to produce twice as many now of the blues because I didn't realize that thing was producing that much. I guess it's dependent on cores. And the cores are outputting 15 a minute. That change? Huh. there another blue bot that I need to produce? Yeah, there's the large. No. Oh, that's a... Okay. Can you send the vape up over before he sits down, please?
some
Grab me.
timeline planning.
A ice cream sandwich,
Okay.
and you grab you one.
First, we're going to give you AGA readings as we just numbers. We are still looking at CO2 at 1.7, O2 at 19.9, and cabin temperature at
Can I
76.0.
drop a gray pencil over there by chance?
That
With a gray color
sounds
pencil?
great. You might even say whoop. With that, big picture on timeline, we've got, we're talking about 2 modifications related to the
Hold on 1 second, love.
opportunistic lunar imaging. The first is that we want to deconflict that event with the PAO event so that we've got a solid, calm, confident PAO attitude. And secondly, we want to tie in some related Peltor PCD audio recording testing. It doesn't necessarily have to happen during the imaging, but somewhat related. So 2 questions for you all. 1, we're looking for an estimate on when Reed will have finished exercise. And
Now, what was I
2,
looking for?
would Christina or another available crew member have some time to conduct a Peltor PCD audio recording check?
I don't see
So
one.
maybe 10 to 15 minutes.
There's not
there.
one laying
And
around
then
on
also
top of
get the
anything, or...
cameras prepped for the opportunistic imaging. That way, if we can get it in before the PAO event, we might try to do that.
Nemanix, you'll be proud to know I used your flip and switch theory or thing to do the checkerboard, and it worked fantastically.
Awesome. Are those your blueprint?
Yeah, because I can't do blueprints yet because I haven't unlocked them. So this is my makeshift blueprinting. This is the checkerboard. I broke it down into 2 different sections because, yeah, it worked pretty good. Used the same idea, just more broken up because of the smaller pieces.
And for exercise, I'm just going to do it as efficiently as I possibly can when Jeremy is complete here.
Okay, that sounds great. For your awareness, we're looking to get in at least 10 minutes in the lunar science imaging attitude prior to the PAO HD test at 0535. And Christina, when you're ready, I've got some instructions for you on the
Yeah, to me that's a much higher priority than my exercise, so why don't we get in the attitude, and then if I can knock out some exercise later today, I will.
Yeah, Reed, there's some setup to get ready for it anyways, so you're completely good to start exercising now, and if we have to cut you off a little early, it sounds like you won't mind.
Okay, Jackie, this all sounds super. Jeremy's going to do his exercise, and when he's done, if there's any time, I'll jump on until you tell me to stop. But please prioritize his maneuvers and science objectives over my exercise.
Okay, we copy all.
Alright, I guess we should start working on a challenge because I'm getting... what was this one? This one was... Oh, that face.
What? Okay. Someone just drove down the street. How dare they?
They're in my street! How dare they?
Spacecraft that's in the upper left.
Jackson's first response. It's not yours.
Yeah.
They were discussing
Good call, Jackalope.
Exactly.
to capture some science imaging from the Orion spacecraft, specifically of some potential celestial objects outside one of the Orion windows, discussing moving that a little bit on the timeline to deconflict with an upcoming Canadian Space Agency Public Affairs Downlink event that CSA astronaut Jeremy Hansen has on his timeline, and also deconflicting it with some ongoing crew exercise. The crew has been rotating between who is completing their exercise, as they are all sharing the flywheel device on the Orion spacecraft. So NASA astronaut Christina Cook and CSA astronaut Jeremy Hansen have both completed their daily
me too.
exercise. And now NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman.
Well, I'm not even to the monument. I'm just trying to save up the damn 4,000 of those stupid things.
Of the Orion spacecraft to be able to capture some of that opportunistic celestial imaging outside the Orion windows coming up here shortly.
How many of those units do you have? Your middle's covered, by the way, by your evil sign.
Oh, is it? Oh, yeah, because I was on the other scene. Hold on. Got to do that on this one. We got 3,000.
Okay. And when you click on your stats panel, or H, what's your rate of production? I know you're making quite a few. I just don't know what that number is.
Don't know how. I'm
H?
pressing H, and it's not that.
Oh, no, it's not H. I was. Is that a stats panel I'm looking at, or is it just the overlay? Whatever the upper right, there's the oh, it's just efficiency view. Never mind.
Well, I mean, I can look at the things and see what they're producing. I'm producing 7.5 per minute times, so 15, 30, 45. I'm producing 60 a minute. But I'm also using some of them to do the blue science. Which I guess I could. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? Oh, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this with this one.
What are you trying to do?
The overflow splitter. Well, I guess if I did the overflow splitter, I'd just prioritize the far one.
Little fire. Where is Solarite? I haven't even seen Solarite.
They're the yellow ones in the far outreaches.
Oh. I guess we should unlock the chemical plant. Guess we'll unlock the supply tank. Okay.
There's one. Yeah.
Okay. Second, we're making a.
Okay, so Oh, the advanced stamper needs coolant though. Ew. Sounds terrible. Oh, that's probably the solarite right there.
Houston, integrity for exercise.
Go ahead.
Hey Jackie, the CO2 is 2.4, temp is 76.1, and Jeremy is wrapping up now, and then I'll, if it's okay with you guys, I'll just jump right on until you call me off for maneuvers.
That is perfect. We copy all.
Kick 'em.
Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 6, 9, 8, 7, 6.
Yeah, okay, I was right. That is solarite. Okay.
That's it.
Okay, so
What are those, like little shrooms?
either that or maybe like, yeah, they might be shrooms.
A couple of items
Get any
related
closer?
to a dump visual check,
wow.
and then the forward plan for
Maybe
exercise
like
stop
clay pottery
and
kind of
line
thing.
setup.
Huh.
I don't know.
Go ahead, Jackie.
Hey, Christina. First of all, we need Reed to stop exercise at or before 05:15 and give us a call to confirm he has stopped. We'll kick off the maneuver right at 05:15 to the lunar imaging attitude.
Happy.
Copy. 05:15. He will be done. We'll call you to confirm.
Right, and then also the wastewater dump, we were able to get down to 10% and have stopped the dump. We would like a visual check from crew now that the valve is closed to let us know if and what you see.
Oh, I gotta produce these.
Oh, we just had a little chug, but for the most part, there's another chug. It is, well, actually, it's chugging pretty regularly, but when I first looked, it had stopped. Now I'm getting a big puff and then lack of particles about every 3 seconds.
That's it.
Christina, we copy chugs
Yep,
about
Jackie,
every
that's
2
about-
seconds.
That is continuing every few seconds. There is a single pulse of particles coming around, and then it stops. But it is nowhere near the constant stream that we had before.
Hey, Christina, out of curiosity, wondering if Reed has started exercise yet. Is there any correlation between those two things? And are you able to hear any of the thud or chug noises like earlier?
No correlation and negative.
Okay, we copy all. If you happen to notice that stopping at any point, we don't, just let us know. I think we'd be interested in that. And then Christina, I have some instructions for you on camera setup and
Okay, I'll keep an eye on
output
it.
testing.
All right, Jackie, I'm ready to copy.
All right. All of this you will be able to utilize steps from your the opportunistic imaging activity on Victor's band a little bit later. You can use that procedure, 36.2.1, opportunistic imaging. For the Peltor recording test, step 3 of that procedure has an if OE comms crowded conditional, and we'd like you to head into that conditional, and it'll have some Peltor headset operations steps. So you can follow those steps and the subsequent PCD voice recorder reference But really, we just want to get a couple of minutes of you using the voice recorder with the Peltor and the PCD. And if you can get a volunteer or two to do some talking in the background, some different, common cabin audio in the background of that. What we're interested in is when you play that back, are you able to hear those background noises? And for context, partly this is checking against, our pre-flight testing, and it will also help us understand what kind of activities we can schedule concurrently with future opportunistic science observations.
Okay, yeah, the big picture totally makes sense, and I really appreciate the context. That's great. I'm not able to open the procedure right now, but can you tell me exactly what steps I'll be doing in that? I understand that what I say yes on that if about if one is common is crowded, but what total steps overall am I doing in that procedure?
Everything for the Peltor recording is encompassed in step 3 of the opportunistic imaging, and we're checking on if there's any specific steps embedded in there that you do not need to perform.
Fortunately, that's...
Okay, so I'm doing 36.2.1 step 3, and are the voice recorder samples also a part of that, or is that just something separate I'm doing on my own?
I like how it looks at me like, I don't know what
it's
you're
all
saying,
embedded
but...
in that, so that conditional if the OE comes crowded gives you procedures for Peltor headset operations and PCD voice recorder reference, all embedded.
He's looking at you like with his head tilted like, what? And the ears like Dobby style, like forward, like what? Oh. Opie's over here like, is she talking to me?
Be ready for...
She was talking to Wooka. She was talking to Wooka. Oh, she was talking to you.
Crew member volunteer, go ahead and set up the D5 with long lens and D9 with 35mm lens in the lunar observation config. And step 1 of the opportunistic imaging gives you the procedure references for the lunar observation. Well, let me tell you this. Lunar observation setup .4.1114 for the D5 camera.
But absolutely love Jello. Olga? Well, all he like meat Jello.
We were having a little bit
Would
of
you stop with the Morgan Moore?
first part of that, but I think you just would like me to set up those two cameras for
gelatin's actually not bad for dogs as long as it's xylithin.
11:14.
26.4.1114 is the D5 version of the lunar observation setup.
No, it's very, very tall. But for people, it doesn't bother.
Copy 26. That makes more sense. IVA. All right, all tracks. I'll get on it.
You gotta be very careful of it. Xylithan's usually zero sugar, like anything.
Jackie, one question back to you about when do you expect we might be able to use toilet again?
Yeah, I understand the question. The teams are talking about the signature, and they are actively meeting to get you a forward plan as soon as possible. But it's maybe another hour before we can get back to you with a forward plan.
Having a hard time in your game.
I can get
Copy. Would you authorize one use of the
I have faith in you, Sir Logo.
Checking.
Happy Wheels.
Integrity Houston, breaking news. We have results on the discussions down here for the tank venting, and at this time, you are go for all types of uses of the toilet.
And the crew rejoices. Thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We just heard quite a bit of communication about a few different topics there between the crew currently on board the Orion spacecraft as it makes its way to the moon and the team here in Mission Control Houston. At first they were discussing an upcoming opportunistic imaging opportunities, particularly some images that they may be able to capture soon of the cabin windows of the Orion spacecraft of the moon. So they were moving that around in the timeline to be able to accommodate it. So they're going to begin getting set up and deploying some cameras to be able to capture the moon in its current state, as they are about 89,000 miles away from the moon and continuing to close in on the moon. About 192,000 miles now separating Orion and its crew from the Earth. And then they were also discussing a recent wastewater dump. So the Universal Waste Management System on board the Orion spacecraft, which is basically the space toilet, recently completed a wastewater dump, which is when they vent the urine overboard. And so they were able to complete that wastewater dump. They did have some issues previously with the wastewater dump.
Final thing.
I don't know if we can use the final word for the whole day, but yeah, let's talk one more time now.
Do we need to go potty? Apparently we gotta go potty. Dude, thank you for the raid. I'll be right back.
Hold on, we got a situation.
We gotta go potty?
Subbing in the PAO event and then doing opportunistic science.
Come on.
Activity.
Okay, come on.
Be doing the opportunistic science before.
Go. Just chill for a second.
Christina, good question. We are going to jump right into the opportunistic science imaging at 05:15, or as soon as we get into attitude, and then at 05:30 we need to start maneuvering back to the attitude that will support the PAO event.
Dude, thank you for the raid. What's going on? Welcome in. That was Beyond All Reason. I don't know what that is. Never heard of it.
Obviously, it's beyond all reason.
Apparently, but I don't know what that is.
Well, you shouldn't know. And again, it's beyond all
we
reason.
will take your judgment, but we would like it done during this time. This is the opportunity that we have today.
Thank you, Nemanix. Oh, it's a strategy game. Okay. Hope you had a good stream. Currently trying to figure out how to go about I think maybe I needed to unlock a different island.
Why would you open it?
Didn't you just watch this part?
No. Well,
Yeah, you did.
Yes, we did, but we weren't watching it. We were talking.
Oh.
And I was making food. Close it. Close it. Perfect.
Okay, so let's see. We need Solarium stuff, whatever the hell that is. For the yellow. But to make the yellow refinery, we need to produce these guys.
Integrity Houston for imaging and Peltor priorities.
Him getting away.
Hey Christina, since we've got this very specific block that will be an attitude for the imaging, the priorities are to get the cameras set up and have you perform that block as written in Victor's timeline. And if the Peltors are not set up yet, we can absolutely take any observations on OE1, and then afterwards, when the attitude is not so critical, we can perform the check of the Peltor recordings.
Actually, I think I'm going to use this one here.
Perfect. We were thinking the same.
Yeah. I think we're going to use this one here. And then we can select... Wait. Oh, we don't need to because we already have the blue pigment here, so... Alright, so we're gonna do extractors.
Houston, we are clear on exercise.
We copy.
And CO2 is 2.4.
This is Artemis Mission Control. We just heard that the crew has completed their daily exercise blocks. So the final crew member to complete their exercise for the day using the flywheel device on board the Orion spacecraft was NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman. And now that that exercise is complete, they're going to be maneuvering the Orion spacecraft into an attitude to be able to capture some opportunistic lunar imaging out of the windows inside the cabin of the Orion spacecraft.
Actually, the perfect spot to pause
Once that
it in the
imaging is
show.
complete, the crew, specifically CSA or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, will begin getting set
back
up
at the
for
main
an
station,
upcoming CSA Public
and everyone
Affairs downlink
realizes
event.
that things
And then
have
once that event is complete, the
left
crew
the
will begin
control of
winding
the
down for the day.
professionals.
They will have a private medical conference with their medical teams on the ground. This is a standard conference that happens every day. And they will also have a private conference with the flight director. The flight director here currently is NASA Flight Director Diane Daly, who you can see in that bottom right-hand box on your screen.
Integrity for opportunistic science. Which window am I setting up?
Window 2.
Copy, thanks.
Okay, so we need to get some of these to go over to so those are being used here.
Go in there. You find us for us to watch. I'm gonna come. I'm just going to the restroom, and then I'm gonna come back here.
The first one. How the heck am I gonna do that? Well, we can make the half block and punch out the two middle pieces and then add them to this. I think that'd be the easiest way to do that one. Oh, we can unlock the Nexus. Oh, let's unlock the Nexus.
Love, can you make my off? You make my phone make a sound.
All right.
Stop. It fell between the couch partitions. You're right there.
All right, let's build our gray Nexus. And I think we're gonna build the gray Nexus over here where I built it the last time. So if we build it here,
As part of its mission control, the Orion spacecraft was performing a bit of an attitude maneuver.
Integrity Houston, we are in attitude, as you can probably see. And one clarification on the cameras, after using the long lens on the D5, we would suggest switching that lens to the Z9 to capture a few more photos.
Obviously large moon looking out the window. Good gracious. And you can definitely see the beginnings of the far side with Oriental and beyond Oriental a little bit. That is just awesome.
All right, some smiling folks here, and we wouldn't mind any other observations you want to share directly with us.
Well, our first observation, Jackie, is that we once again need to clean all our windows before we do the lunar flyby day.
We copy.
We can clearly see Grimaldi, Glushko, we can see over to Oriental just with the naked eye. The moon is so bright just through the naked eye that it's going to take me a little while to adjust. You don't see any stars at all because the moon glow is so... I do see a couple couple stars as my eyes are starting to adjust to this. Primary colors that we see right now, just a bright white, especially on the South Pole and the far side, and then all the mares on the near side are just varying shades of gray. Not picking up any color yet, just with the human eye, but we also haven't dwelled very long on this. Definitely see all of the basin of Oriental, Aristarchus, Copernicus, easily all in view. This is so awesome.
We copy.
That's so cool. Their observations are awesome.
This is Artemis Mission Control.
I would say Grimaldi from here is the darkest, most high contrast spot that I can possibly see, and I'm pretty sure that is Grimaldi, with Oriental on the far side of that, past the mares there. But Grimaldi is just so crystal clear and dark.
We copy all and appreciate it. One question for you. If someone might have a free hand and you'd be willing to share some video of you all taking a look out those windows, I know that we would enjoy it.
Okay, so these are all the pieces we've already produced. We already have everything we need.
We will definitely get a camera out. It is pretty dark in here.
Copy. We did see some pretty cool low cabin light photos come from you all yesterday, so we'll still give it a try.
Absolutely. One of the neat things that I'm seeing right now is in the sort of largest mare field, the one that sort of makes up most of the very western side of what you can see on the near side. There is a giant, it's much more obvious now that one of those mares is a huge basin, because it's just right now it's kind of in the 1 o'clock position, and I don't know the name of that big one. It's basically just west of where Serientatis and Tranquillitatis are, but it is phenomenal. And the moon we are looking at is not the moon you see from Earth whatsoever.
Christina, we copy all.
And Victor is absolutely mesmerized by Oriental through the 400 lens. He says that not only in Oriental, but all around the basin, you can actually see the terrain. It's not an albedo change. It's not shadows. You can actually just tell that they are terrain features of the multi-ringed crater there.
Christina, we copied all of Victor's Oriental observations. That sounds amazing. And we think, based on your description of the basin that you saw, that is Imbrium.
Yes. atrium has such a distinctive high albedo ring defining it. Also worth mentioning, we do apparently have a full moon. We can't detect any Terminator at all. It looks like full limb all the way around.
We copy, and thanks for sharing some cabin video. And unfortunately, in this opportunistic imaging pass, we've got just about 2 minutes before we'll maneuver back to get set up for the event.
Jackie, we got Jeremy on there just for a minute before his PAO event. He's just got to look at this. As soon as I put my hands on the 400, it's just, you know, I'm not one for hyperbole, but it's the only thing I can come up with. Just seeing Tycho, there's mountains to the north. You can see Copernicus, Rainier Gamma. It's just everything from the training, but in 3 dimension and absolutely unbelievable. This is incredible.
Copy, Moonjoy.
Also is the queen of hyperbole. It's incredible.
Wow.
Copy, Christina doing her best read impression at the window.
This is Artemis Mission Control.
Houston, we won't have a good steam check, but can we just make sure that we're streaming the HDMI and I'll get a sound check from you guys?
Yeah, it looks like a Halloween movie right now, kind of greenish, but I think it's a pretty good view. Maybe top is a little higher up the docking tunnel than we've seen in the past.
And Jackie, if you're clear on the PAO setup, a couple more observations.
Yep, we are maneuvering. There's a little bit of in and out calm, but we'll take your observations.
And did you hear Jeremy's transmission prior to what I asked?
And Integrity Houston, we had some in and out comm as we maneuvered. We did hear the last microphone check from Jeremy. And Christina, we would take some observations when you have a minute.
Yeah, I just wanted to make one kind of correction to what I mentioned before. I do think that we have a Terminator. It is on the far western edge. It's not actually a limb. It's on the Terminator all along what it's basically almost in the same places where you would imagine the limb to be. But it's a very high albedo as you would expect from the far side, and you can see the topography all along the Terminator. It's awesome.
We copy.
Actually, let's do this. Let's go.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. The Orion spacecraft was maneuvered to an attitude a few minutes ago to be able to capture some opportunistic imaging of the moon. So we heard some of those conversations from the crew as they were making some observations of what they were seeing of the moon out of the windows of the Orion spacecraft. You heard them referencing several craters and basins that they were seeing on the moon. One of those was Grimaldi, which is a crater and is a large basin located near the western limb of the moon. They also discussed the Oriental Basin, which is one of the youngest of the large lunar basins. And one of the last things they discussed was the Imbrium Basin, which is the largest impact basin on the moon's near side. They're now maneuvering out of that attitude, but they were able to capture some imagery that will be downlinked to the ground and then hopefully shared out once it's reviewed. And now the crew is getting set up for an upcoming public affairs event, specifically CSA or Canadian Space Agency. Jeremy Hansen will be participating in that event.
Okay.
Integrity for one more observation and a question.
Surprise, motherfucker.
What's up, Faye?
Before we take your observation, Christina, I want to comment that the camera that just got stowed is taking half of our view here in the scene, and we would like one more scene and voice check together when Jeremy has a chance. And we'll take your observations. Okay, just saying that we would take those observations when it's a good moment.
I just wanted to mention, great call from the science team on sticking with the D5 for our observations, the real science observations during the flyby, because I can confirm that the Z9 imagery, even through the viewfinder, you know, because it's digital, was very different. It was much higher contrast than the naked eye view through the D5 viewfinder.
That is really useful feedback. Thank you.
Sure thing, and I'll also mention that the Z9 could be a tool for locating targets because of its higher contrast. It's actually a little easier to see some things, but then obviously going back to the D5 for observations could be a good technique.
We copy.
Over to Jeremy.
Hey Jeremy, for the scene, we are seeing a lot of the docking tunnel. We recommend tilting the camera down a bit.
Copy. Christina just floated back there to frame it for us, so go ahead and be directive. She's pointing it right now.
Yeah, we see it. That actually looks pretty good. Yeah, right there. I don't know that I can do the play-by-play with the delay, but we trust Christina.
Okay, Jackie, it's set in position, so you can do the final scene check.
Scene looks great, and we would take another 10 count on the mic if you have it handy.
"7 hours already. You must have gone live just after I dropped dead yesterday." Yeah, I went live in the afternoon.
It's all good.
Ish. A lot of the time I've been just sitting here listening to the comms on the Artemis mission, so
All right, Integrity, we'll be ready for an on-time start in about 8.5 minutes.
I think we're gonna get the max speed on the assemblers and the basic cutter speed And the basic stamper speed. Oh, I didn't realize I had enough to get the advanced stamper. Oh well. Still need 2 monotoners per cutter though. Or assembler. Oh, is there one for Skyline? The speed of the Skylines? Yeah, there we go. Let's get the upgraded speed. So then we don't have to have this anymore.
Houston integrity for altitude reference change moment.
Go ahead.
Jackie, with that incredible viewing behind us of our destination in the near term, we hereby change our DU PFD altitude reference from Earth to Moon. We are currently 76,362 nautical miles from the Moon. And from Earth, we had been 168,000 nautical miles.
Houston copies.
Okay. Let's see how far we are along on this. 473 out of 720. All right, the next one is pillars and those guys. So let's go over here. Oh shit, I did that. Okay. So the Nexus just literally needs every item that we've already produced.
Integrity Houston, your AIU is trying to steal the show here. Integrity, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
Houston Integrity, we're looking forward to speaking with some youth today.
Canadian Space Agency, this is Mission Control Houston. Please call Integrity for a voice check.
Integrity, this is the Canadian Space Agency. How do you hear me? Say again.
We have you loud and clear, CSA.
Good.
Thank you, Jeremy. We have many Canadians who are eager to ask you some questions. We're going to start right ahead with those. The first question is from Dia in Mississauga, Ontario.
Do astronauts get special training to do CPR in space? How do you actually do that when there's low gravity?
You just have to help me out with that question. Was that about CPR training? Is that what I caught?
Got it.
That's right, Jeremy. You're asked do you have special training to do CPR in space, and how do you actually do that in zero gravity?
Rita, all comfy.
Yeah, it's a great question because we're all alone up here, just the four of us, and if we ever had to do it, we definitely want to plan. And so we talked about it on Earth before we came here, and one of our tests this week was actually to try those techniques out. And we have about 3 different spots in the capsule where we can do it. There's probably one that I can show you in the camera view if I just slide Reed over here. And so what I need to do is support myself and have him against something. So if I put my back here, we rearrange the wall, and Reed here, I can push on him. So this is one of our CPR objectives in space. This is actually not the best one, but it's the only one you can see in camera.
Thanks, Jeremy. The next question is from Liam in Elsipogtog, New Brunswick.
And I wonder, do you still see stars in outer space?
Yeah, I was actually just talking to my crewmates about that today. I've definitely seen stars in outer space, and I was saying I haven't seen as many as I thought I would. So, Reed?
We have so much illumination from the sun on the moon and the earth right now. It is hard at times to see stars. Just like when you walk out in the daytime, you see a blue sky but no stars. We look outside and we see the black space and no stars. But tonight we're going to be pointed into deep space, and we're going to turn out all the lights in the spacecraft for the first time on the mission. And if you give yourself about 20 or 30 minutes, we do this all the time on the International Space Station. Christina and I just have great fond memories of this. You'll start to see the stars, and if you give it enough time, you will see so many stars. It's hard to see the constellations because there are so many stars out there. And the coolest part of those stars is they do not twinkle at all. They are just perfect. They almost look just perfect pinpricks of light. So that is our homework for tonight, Jeremy. We are doing that.
We'll take a picture.
Great. We now have a question from students in Sanikiluaq, Nunavut.
What types of food do you eat in space and how do you cook it?
All right, I'm actually gonna send everybody over to EJ in case you want to continue watching this. But I'm got a date night with my woman. We're gonna watch a show. So.
And so we have a few items here to show you. Christina, you want to help me out?
Sure.
I gotta know what's next.
Pull out. So
my dinner.
this is Jeremy's dinner, and in space you really just eat all of your food out of bags of some kind, plastic
did say, right?
bags or little
Yes, I did.
metallic bags, because we have to rehydrate a lot of our food. This is actually shrimp cocktail. And this has been rehydrated already, so we added water to it, and the shrimp soaked back up the water, and it's actually pretty tasty. This is an example of a food that has not been rehydrated yet. It got all dried out for flying up here in space, and those are green beans. So we do have to eat our vegetables even in space, but don't worry, they do give us mac and cheese.
All right, guys. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Faye, good to see you, buddy. Hope you all have a wonderful afternoon, evening, morning, wherever you are in the world.
Bonjour Jérémy.
See you guys tomorrow.
Je viens de Saint-Bruno au Québec. Sur la Terre, on voit parfois un croissant de lune. Est-ce que lorsqu'on est autour de la lune, on voit un croissant de terre?
And before I answer that question, I got to go back one. Here's the maple syrup that we opened up and had at lunchtime today. So we had a little bit of Canada on board today, and I shared it with my crewmates, and I think they enjoyed that. So it was great. Pour la question, en fait, oui, on voit des croissants de la Terre. C'est quelque chose incroyable pour moi. Par exemple,
Hey, Evil, what's your schedule Monday?
Le TLE, le
No idea
translunar
yet.
injection, quand nous sommes réveillés,